at Hall Day-2 Expo Kemayoran, Jakarta. To participants who have completed registration, please enter the seminar room and take your assigned seat. And also, translation devices are provided. You can choose channel 1 for Bahasa Indonesia and channel 5 for English version. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the conference, please pay attention to the safety briefing video by Expo Kemayoran.
Hadirin sekalian, selamat datang di Jakarta International Expo. Terima kasih telah memilih kami sebagai venue event Anda. Sebelum Anda menikmati acara, mohon perhatiannya terhadap pengumuman keselamatan ini. Keselamatan Anda adalah prioritas utama kami. Adalah kewajiban kami untuk menyampaikan petunjuk-petunjuk keselamatan, terutama jika terjadi keadaan darurat, seperti kebakaran, gempa bumi, terjebak di lift, dan listrik padam. Bangunan ini dilengkapi dengan alat pemadam kebakaran, alat pendeteksi kebakaran, sistem alarm kebakaran, pengeras suara untuk pengumuman, dan pintu keluar darurat untuk evakuasi. Silakan luangkan waktu untuk menemukan pintu keluar darurat dan jalur evakuasi terdekat Anda. Terdapat 3 titik kumpul. 1 berada di area depan bangunan ini dan 2 lainnya berada di area parkir timur dan barat. Jika Anda mendengar alarm kebakaran terus-menerus, harap tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Dengarkan pengumuman dari pengeras suara atau ikuti instruksi petugas penanganan keadaan darurat di gedung Anda. Selama evakuasi, selalu ikuti petunjuk petugas yang memandu Anda dan perhatikan beberapa hal berikut ini. Segeralah menuju pintu keluar terdekat dan jangan berlari. Silakan menuju titik kumpul dengan tertib. Jika Anda berada di lantai 2, segera turun ke lantai dasar melalui tangga. Bantu penyandang disabilitas dan ibu hamil. Jangan membawa beban berat. Lepas sepatu berhak tinggi. Tetap tenang selama berada di titik kumpul. Dan jangan kembali masuk ke dalam gedung kecuali petugas kami menyatakan aman untuk melakukannya. Jika terjadi gempa, lakukan hal berikut ini. Jangan panik dan lindungi kepala Anda dengan tangan atau benda. Cari tempat berlindung yang kokoh berdasarkan prinsip segitiga kehidupan. Setelah gempa reda, segera keluar dari gedung dengan dipandu oleh petugas penanganan keadaan darurat. Jika Anda mengalami terjebak di lift, lakukan hal berikut ini. Jangan panik. Jangan membuka paksa pintu lift. Tekan tombol darurat. Bicara dengan operator lift atau security. Tetaplah tenang sampai bantuan datang. Jika listrik tiba-tiba padam, tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Listrik akan menyala beberapa saat kemudian dengan bantuan generator. Beberapa hal yang dilarang selama beraktivitas di gedung ini. Dilarang merokok, kecuali di tempat yang disediakan di luar gedung. Dilarang memindahkan peralatan penanggulangan keadaan darurat tanpa berkoordinasi dengan petugas safety and security. Dilarang membuang sampah di sembarang tempat. Demikian petunjuk keselamatan ini. Demi keselamatan kunjungan Anda, patuhilah peraturan tersebut dan nikmatilah kunjungan Anda di Jakarta International Expo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Budaya, Salam Kebajikan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024. Let's give round of applause for everyone in this room. Thank you very much. My name is Gisela Tessa, and it's an honor for me to be your host for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to extend a warm welcome to our guest of honor and speakers. The first one, we have Dr. Insinyur Utrecht SEMSC, Director of Disaster Risk Mapping and Evaluation of BNPB. Good morning, sir. Mr. Berton Suar Pelita Panjaitan, SKM MHM PhD, Director of Disaster Mitigation of BNPB. Good morning. We have Mr. Iputu Suta Wijaya from DRR Forum Bali. Good morning, sir. And then we have Ms. Tandi Muape, Head of UNOCHA Indonesia or ASEAN Liaison Office. Good morning, ma'am. And also we have Mr. M. Helmi Abidin, Regional Project Manager of Urban Ag Project of UCLG ASPAC. Good morning. And also I would like to greet all speakers that joining us today and also the all speaker who will be joining us later in the next session of the event. And also thank you to every participant and audiences that attend this conference. And ladies and gentlemen, we have successfully concluded the opening ceremony and also the first day of the third Asia Disaster Management and Civil Management Protection Expo and also the Conference 2024 and the second Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024. During the 2022 Global Forum for Disaster Risk Reduction, Indonesia's President, Mr. Joko Widodo, proposed a concept of sustainable resilience to address these challenges. He emphasized that the need of proactive measures, investment in early warning system, and also community resilience. Delegates endorsed this vision, leading to the adoption of the Bali Agenda for Resilience, which outlines 7 areas for action to promote resilience at all levels. And ladies and gentlemen, sustainable resilience offers a comprehensive approach to addressing interconnected global challenges. By integrating climate action, disaster risk reduction, and also sustainable development, we can mitigate that adverse impacts of climate change and disaster while fostering sustainable pathways for our future generation. And ladies and gentlemen, today for the first session, we are now entering the second day of the Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience session. This forum will feature more than 30 expert speakers discussing critical topics related to sustainable resilience. And the second day of GFSR will be divided into 3 discussion sessions and also a closing ceremony. The first session will be a stakeholder consultation. Will take the theme implementing global agreements at national and local levels. And for the second session will be an expert roundtable. The topic will be strengthening disaster preparedness through science, technology, and innovation. And the last session will be a showcase with the theme building resilient infrastructure. And also the day will end up with a closing ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're gonna begin the first session of today that will discuss about implementing global agreements at national and local level. The session will be moderated by Mr. Berton Suar Pelita Panjaitan, SKM MHM PhD, Director of Disaster Mitigation of BNPB. Let me read a bit about Mr. Berton Suar Pelita Panjaitan. So Mr. Berton Suar Pelita Panjaitan previously held the position of Head of Education and Training Center and Director of Disaster Risk Mapping and Evaluation. He has more than 16 years experience in BNPB. His doctoral title from University of Canterbury, New Zealand about hazard and disaster management strengthened his position in BNPB. And in addition to that, his innovation in the former positions can develop disaster management in a good way. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Mr. Berton Suar Pelita Panjaitan.
Halo, selamat pagi. Terlalu tadi penyampaiannya terlalu banyak ya tentang saya. Baik, very good morning. Welcome to participants and speakers, of course, to our second days of these conferences. Okay, yesterday we had a lot of good thoughts, opinions and experience for our speakers from global perspective as well as to very local operation practices. But this morning we're going to have our session about stakeholder consultation. So we need to consultate what is the implementation global agreements at national and local levels. So we have a lot of global agreements like SDGs. We have also Paris agreements. We also have a Sadar framework for DRR. So those agreements, of course, are important to national as well as local. Not to mention that we have also ADMER in ASEAN region. So these agreements should be implemented very well at the national as well as local levels. Let me introduce our speakers. They are very outstanding on their positions and job. Firstly, I'd like to call Miss Tendi Tuampa. Sorry if I pronounce your name. And then the second one is Mr. Helmi Abidin. And the third one is Mr. Putu Suta Wijaya. Okay, for those speakers, please come to the stage with me, please. Okay, sorry. Okay, Miss Tandi Muape. Yes, sorry. Okay, Pak Putu and Pak Helmi. Yes, Pak. Yeah, Pak Helmi. Yes, silakan. So, let me introduce those speakers. They are very good in their position and their task. Miss Tandi is a Zambian national with over 20 years of global experience in international and developed affairs, working across Africa, Asia and Europe and the Americans with the United Nations and the Red Cross Crescent Movement. She has led efforts in diplomacy, humanitarian coordination, strategy development, and partnership building, focusing on climate change, disaster risk reduction, and linking local realities to the global policies. Her advocacy includes integrating community voices into policy dialogues, promoting climate finance, engaging women and youth in adaptation initiative, and fostering responsible investment. She has served with the UNFCCC Africa group of negotiators and recently supported the UAE COP28 presidency on fragility. Ms. Tandi is a founding member of the UNEP-led network of Africa Human Environmentalists and a broad member of the Alliance for Global Water Adaptation. She holds master's degree in global diplomacy and leading innovation and change. Advanced certificate in international humanitarian law and has training in journalism. Still a lot of lists there I could not read right now. So Ms. Thandi, please, if you like to present or make a speech, you can have stay about 15 to 20 minutes. Yes, please.
Thank you, Pak Beton. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum. So, nama saya Thandi. Saya dari Zambia.
Yes.
And I do work for the United Nations.
Your bahasa now is good.
Thank you. I'm trying.
That's good.
Trying to catch up with your skills. Terima kasih. Thank you so much for having me. It is really a true honor to join you here, and I'm very excited because I see a lot of young people, and those of you who are about my age, also good to see you, but it's always exciting to see so many young people showing interest in the work on disaster management. I will speak through a few slides around the work that we're doing to make that link that you mentioned on the global thinking out there and how that translates into local action. So these are some of the perspectives from OCHA. And I think as we start to talk through this, you and I, Pa, were speaking earlier, when we look at disaster management and the ambitions that we've set out there to achieve, whether it's through sustainable development goals, through the Paris Agreement, through urban resilience, these are really big ambitions that are out there. Complicated world that we're living in, with a lot of global challenges that ultimately impact the way we live, even locally. So when we set ourselves these targets, you and I were talking, this is really a marathon. It's not a sprint. I love running, so when you spoke about marathons, I got excited because I think when we are planning execution for these big ambitions, we really have to pace ourselves in how we achieve these big ambitions and goals that we've set. So thinking on the global perspectives and the local action. Next slide, please. Slides. Is it there? There, thank you. Okay, perfect. So anyway, very quickly, just wanted to give out a quick global perspective on some of the big challenges that we're faced with as a global community, to which, of course, Indonesia is part of. Big thematic issues are around climate change and environmental issues, conflict globally in the region, we also see that, migration, rapid urbanization, and of course the geopolitics as they are playing out in the world, but also a recognition of the emergence of new powers, particularly in the global south, where we're seeing a lot of regional bodies starting to take a lot of ownership and leadership on processes that are happening in their regions, but also national governments taking strong ownership of processes in development and disaster management. So key policy frameworks, you did make reference to this, and I'll just quickly highlight them to give a recap to colleagues and friends who might not be aware of this, because I'm aware that our audience is diverse. So these are the key policy frameworks at the global level that have been agreed on post-2015 to look at how we address these converging issues globally. The ones that I've just listed on climate, on urbanization, on migration. So we're looking at the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. And for this, I'm really, really pleased to see my colleague from UNDRR, Mr. Marco Toscano, who is the chief of UNDRR in Bangkok. Great to see you. And that is the expert that we have in the room. If you have any questions, don't ask me. We're going to pull him to the stage and answer some questions around the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. A fantastic framework where governments have set really high targets on how to ensure that disaster risk reduction is approached comprehensively, looking at technology, data, engagement of local communities, development of policies nationally, but also looking at the financing aspect on how we achieve risk reduction at the national level to build a resilient society, but also in communities to ensure that people are better empowered to face continuing risks. Sustainable Development Goals, a big ambition, and with this we know that a lot of countries, including Indonesia, have gone forward to develop their own national development plans that speak to SDG achievement. And in Indonesia, you look at the SDG roadmap, for example, you've also got vision, the Golden Vision Indonesia 2045 that talks to developing the country, but also has a strong component on disaster resilience. The UNFCCC, this is the Climate Paris Agreement, where again, the relevance for us in this conversation focuses on the Article 7 that looks at global goal on adaptation, where components on resilience building are anchored on. Coming back home to the ASEAN region, some of the work that we're doing there starts to look at the big legally binding document on the ADMER, which again you referred to. That is a good policy vision that ASEAN has set forward. If I'm not mistaken, it's one of the few regions that I know of that has a legally binding agreement amongst member states to implement work on disaster management. We're doing that work with ASEAN through 16 UN agencies at the regional level that are supporting different components of the ambitions that have been set in that vision in the ADMER program. Golden Vision Indonesia, we've made reference to, and the SDG roadmap, and of course, the National Disaster Management Vision that is well articulated for the country. As you are all aware, Indonesia really does sit in this ring of fire. So disaster management in any development conversations is really anchored strongly to ensure that development gains are not quickly lost when disasters do strike. I'm really battling with this. All right, so in terms of the context, I don't think I'll spend much time on this because I think this is quite well known in terms of the exposure to hydrometeorological hazards that Indonesia faces. This is, of course, the cyclones, the flooding, exposure to earthquakes, but we're also seeing that, of course, the emergence of climate change impacts is changing the nature of disasters in Indonesia, but also regionally at the ASEAN level in terms of how we're seeing the disasters manifest. I understood, for example, in May, I think when Merapi erupted, the whole cold lava phenomenon that affected, I think 67 people died, hundreds of families were displaced. That is a whole new phenomenon we're starting to see in how climate change is starting to impact the nature of disasters, and how prepared we are to handle this is a question that we start to discuss, I think, as we look at mechanisms for disaster response. So changing nature of disasters is emerging as a core concern. I know that at the ASEAN level, the vision that is set out to respond to what is, I think, natural environment for disasters, they're starting to prioritize the focus on climate change as a key priority to be reflected in how we are responding to disasters and how we start to adapt to the changing nature of disasters because of climate change. In terms of, I think, the ASEAN approach, again, we've moved from the global perspective in terms of the key policies and then looking at the ASEAN approach. What we find, I think, as really positive and encouraging is that the ASEAN region presents a very common shared vision on how to address disaster management. Again, through that document we've spoken about on the ADMER agreement. We've had to do a lot of interrogation internally, even as the United Nations, in how we are approaching disaster management, sort of coming back home and re-interrogating the space. What are the humanitarian challenges we're facing? Disasters these days do not just happen in a siloed approach. You don't get earthquake only, you don't get tsunami, you don't get migration, you don't get conflict. Some of these things are happening in one location, in the same time frame, and in the same location, affecting the same people. So how do we start to prepare better in how we address these compounding disasters that are affecting communities who are already vulnerable in most cases and sometimes have less coping mechanisms? So those are the conversations we start to interrogate in our programs as we implement, for example, the joint program on ASEAN and UN engagement on disaster management. So situating disaster management becomes really critical as the countries in the region start to look at advancing economic development. You're investing money in infrastructure. How are we making sure that that infrastructure is built to withstand the shocks from flooding, from earthquakes, if that should unfortunately happen? And then, of course, we can no longer respond the way we've done before. So now we have to be more conscious of the divergent disasters and risks that communities and countries are facing. So really interrogating that space on disaster management and how we position ourselves. Indonesia, a few figures. I think I'll just highlight some of the disasters we've seen, again, presented through the BNPB. We're working closely with BNPB and really appreciate the leadership of the government in taking such ownership and accountability on the way disaster management is managed in the country. We see a lot of strength in coordination of response to disasters. In fact, a little bit of historical background. Previously, I think OCHA worked quite proactively in leading coordination of disaster response some years ago. What we've seen is that whole landscape change, where we now provide really at the back of government leadership, we provide that support to ensure that the standards that Indonesia is setting in disaster response are mirroring those high quality standards at the international level that ensure that, for example, humanitarian principles are considered, that the most vulnerable are targeted and protected during disaster response, that gender is a core component of disaster response, but also that we continue to keep the advocacy on really standing up for people that are impacted by disasters, those vulnerable ones, that no one is left behind in these processes, focusing again on those vulnerable communities. Economic costs, I think, again, this is one area that touches a lot on economic development and why disaster management needs to be a priority. We look, for example, at the costs that we've seen when big disasters happening in Indonesia, where, again, analysts, economists have told us that up to 0.3% of the GDP can be lost when big disasters, as we saw in Aceh, for example, in Palu happen. And at the provincial level, that can account to up to 45% loss in GDP. Those disasters can really draw back development in a country. And where, the country is spending about $300 million in responding to disaster every year, that again starts to make an emphasis for us in why the investment in preparedness, in mitigation, becomes even more critical, so that those resources are going into strengthening and building resilience of systems instead of just disaster response. So a core component for us in conversations with the Indonesian government really is around situating disaster management in the development planning that the country has prioritized to achieve, particularly for Vision 2045. These are some of the key priorities that we're focusing on at the UN country level in Indonesia, looking at green development, climate change and resilience, and then the components on disaster risk reduction become more prominent in that conversation on climate change. The others around human development and economic and digital transformation talk a lot to aspects of data and information management in how decisions are being made around distribution of resources, for example, ensuring that there is equality in the access to basic services, and that we know that the investment in areas that require more attention does start to build that resilience we speak about at the local level. I spoke about ASEAN, so I don't think I'll go much into detail around the work that we're doing there, other than the fact that I think ASEAN has become a critical tool, entity rather, for member states in this region to use in terms of advancing work on disaster management. And for the United Nations, we really see ourselves as a co-partner in the way we are investing our resources in advancing the work on ASEAN and the Agency for Humanitarian Affairs, her center, in capacity building, in leadership, and then that focus on local action through empowering local organizations. I give this example always because sometimes I think that link that we spoke about, Power Burton, on how global policies link to local action sometimes can be very blurry. Sometimes it's difficult for us to actually measure how we see these policies translate into local action. So I always say, when we look at Indonesia, for example, 20 years ago when the big Indian Ocean tsunami hit, we know how vulnerable the country was at the time. If you speak about early warning systems, if you speak about community awareness and engagement on how to respond to a disaster as it unfolded. And if we fast forward to today, I do believe that you can pinpoint directly where we're seeing the strengths in the development of disaster management in Indonesia. Better early warning systems, better community engagement, better coordination and leadership from the government, a lot more organization of local organizations that are leading work in disaster response and preparedness. And if something does happen today, we know that the mobilization we saw 20 years ago internationally is different from what it looks like today. More investment looks at government empowerment, government capacity, technical support to governments to ensure that action is led nationally, locally, but that for us as a United Nations in the multilateral business, we are standing by Indonesia to ensure that the response is getting where it's needed. An example again on where we see this translating concretely into action is that we've seen the work, for example, that OCHA is doing with the AHA Center in terms of capacity building, where we've seen that when we sit with the AHA executive leadership, we develop strategies on capacity building to empower local communities. We know that that capacity is really translating into something solid when we see local organizations on the ground, when disasters happen, take a lead in mobilizing communities, working with national, local government authorities in coordinating response. I visited Jakarta a couple of weeks ago and met an NGO called Yakum Emergency Services. Yes. And when I sat with them to understand the model that they're using to organize themselves on the ground, and the lady there explained to me how they consult with communities, how they ensure community voices are included in the contingency plans, how when the volcano erupts, the communities themselves are quick to respond to early warning systems, and working with local authorities, they're able to provide early warning, communities are evacuated, and together with the local governments, they're able to mobilize emergency support, whether through shelter, water, food, in the temporary shelters, again, that are run by the government. 20 years ago, during the tsunami, that is not the model that we saw. So for me, that is a measure that we're seeing how these global policies that Indonesia that the ASEAN region has signed up to, and that they are working very hard on every day to ensure that that capacity is translating into empowerment of communities on the ground. That's where we're seeing a direct translation of these global policies on the ground and having really direct local impact in communities. I think this is very graphic. I need my IM guys to read this data, or the young ones who are very keen on data and analysis. But what this shows us also is some of the activities we're doing with the ASEAN and the AHA Center, looking at concrete activities on disaster management, whether it's on early warning, whether it's early action, contingency plans, financing mechanisms that we are supporting ASEAN, for example, set up, but also the progress that we're seeing. And we're also highlighting where we're having challenges, where we think we need to do better. We project that, reflecting again the challenges and opportunities that we're seeing. And I think the Yakum example for me is what kind of summarizes how we see that global vision translating into something solid on the ground. Thank you, Pa Berton.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Tandi. Yeah, give applause, please. Yeah, sorry, I didn't read her position actually. Ms. Tandi is head of UN OCHA Indonesia as well as for ASEAN Liaison Office. So, yeah, Ms. Tandi, if I could summarize what you been talking, there are 3 points that I need to raise here. That global perspective and global issue through global agreement, we need to put it on the ground at national level as well as local level. But also you need to see that the achievement for today's work is not easy to see as for DRR, for example, in this case, because it takes maybe years to come to understand it, to see the progress. And then one is how OCHA also works with other entity like AHA Center through this, to do things in ASEAN as well as in Indonesia. Thank you, Ms. Tandi. And next we come up to the next speaker. The second one is Mr. Helmi Abidin. Mr. Helmi is a regional project manager, Urban X project, UCLG ASPAC. Okay, let me introduce Mr. Helmi more. He's been working with United Cities and local government Asia Pacific. We call it UCLG ASPAC since 2016. He obtained his master's degree in disaster emergency management at Istanbul Technical University. His area of expertise includes disaster risk management, climate change, and urban resilience. His work varies from advocacy and capacity development for making city resilience in the ASEAN Pacific. Currently, he's managing the Urban Act project for climate resilience and conducting the assessment on city enabling environment and community and climate governance, and coordinating at UCLG ASPAC City-to-City Solidarity Initiative Program on post-disaster and rehabilitation, organizing regional peer-to-peer learning training on local DRR policies and practices, and advocacy for interest for local and regional governments. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Helmi to deliver your presentation, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Berton, for the kind of introductions.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you once again, Pak Berton. And been long time that we met, last time I think during the GPDRR in Bali. And for today, I would like to, emphasize the presentation regarding the enabling condition for the local for the development and implementation of local DRR strategy. As we know that Ms. Tandika mentioned that I think according to the the situation that we know that most of the nation, they tend to focus on the response instead of disaster risk reduction or prevention or mitigation. And we know that according to the latest World Bank's study, every $1 spent for DRR or for prevention save around like maximum can be $7 for response. So it means that DRR is very important, but somehow not everyone's believe it or acknowledge it because of it's very tangible works. It's more on the so many advocacy and also never-ending jobs that we support not only at the global level and also but also at the local level as well. So I would like to start what is our mandate and our roles in this localizing the global agreements. UCLG is the biggest and the largest local government association. So we are officially kind of like represent more than 240,000 town cities and region and metropolis cities in the world, and we even much older than the UN itself. So at the UN system, UCLG is given a mandate to voice the local government representative at the global stage. So this is more on the advocacy works and also never endings, kind of like assisting local governments to understand, to have a better understanding on the global frameworks at the local levels. So this is our region, Asia Pacific. We know that we are connecting more than 7,000 local government and 4.3 billions and like more than 50 world population. So when Ms. Tandis mentioned about the region, so we cover like Asia and the Pacific region, including Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific Island nations. And what we do here, so most of our works is more on the, we have, like a focus on the 5 areas, more on the advocacy. So we localize or we mainstream all the agreements, global agreement at the local levels through, there are several activities that, focus on peer learning exchange, research knowledge, project development, and also decentralized cooperation. Decentralized cooperation means is like how we brings the city and city share their knowledge and practices so they can inspire each other and they how to find a solution to align or to implement those global agreements. So we know that in this region, Asia Pacific, I know that everyone here already acknowledged that, know that our region is one of the most, I think the most prone disaster country in the world. We know that Indonesia, like, and the Philippines, Bangladesh, and this, are very prone to this kind of like natural hazard. And, I believe that there is no natural disaster. As according to the UNDRR, Mr. Marco, that I will just want to revise that there is no kind of like a natural disaster. There is a natural hazard. So I want to mention that, yes. And we know that Asia major cities has, have faced several, same experience in sinking cities. We know that Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia, not longer the capital of Indonesia, is like faces several challenges on like 1.8 meters, like even for the land's sinkings, and also Bangkok, Manila, and other city that has faced similar situations, and due to the and also extreme weathers, like this summer particularly, we know that there are several record hit in Asia major city, like particularly in India, in Bangkok, for example, that it triggered by the urban heat and due to the so many like I think land use, misland use planning, and also extra. So this is what the common challenges that city face. We know that most of the population in this region will be at the urban area. So like more than 70%. It means that a lot of challenges and also it trigger a lot of stresses and also a lot of potentials, vulnerables and risk in disaster, especially in the big city, mega city. We know that there's so many access to basic services, environmental challenges, and disaster prone and climate change. Because of, we know that according to the UN ASPAC, that the SDGs target in this region is unfortunately the target is not really sufficient enough. Like according to UN ASPAC data, is like less than 50%. All the SDGs target has been achieved, and unfortunately, we know that we want to have a more concrete actions and also support the city how they can accelerate the implementation of SDGs and those global agenda. And we know that we have common strategy 2030. There is Paris Agreement, SDGs, and also new urban agenda. Those are linkage, linking each other, and we know that in Sendai frameworks there are several targets that are 70% of the Sendai framework target can be applied in at the local levels. So it means that, and also in the Paris Agreement, the articles I mentioned regarding directly on the indicators that links to the Sendai frameworks target as well. So when we talk about the local government itself, we know that there is several roles on local government on the DRR. First is we know that local government play very crucial roles here, especially on how local government, for example, we know that every disaster happens at the local levels, and local government is the closest body to the community. And when disaster happens, they will not directly ask to the national governments, but they just immediately ask their mayors or their respective leaders at the local level. This is when we talk about the roles, and we know that local governments have leadership roles, and also developing and implementing the DRR local strategies to implement the SFDRR. I know it is not easy. According to the Sendai Framework Target E, we know that the achievement of Target E is on the national and local strategy by 2020. I hope that Indonesia is one of the good example, I think, Mr. Marco, that we have, Indonesia has the national strategy for DRR already. And we know that most of the city in Indonesia have their local DRR strategy, but we don't talk about the quality itself. We don't talk about how good the strategy is, but it's more on how at least they have the local strategy to mitigate and also to have a better response in terms of if there is a natural hazard events. And the second is more on how the role is more on how the local governments can locally address the global challenges and manage an impact of the global phenomenon at the local level on the climate change. We know that climate change will, trigger a lot of potential, vulnerabilities, and this is one of the common challenges that we face. Like you mentioned about the series of, there will be La Nina, El Nino often than before, and also series of global pandemic. Are we ready to the next pandemic? That is one of the impact or caused by the climate change. This is the challenges. We identify, according to the research here, there are some challenges in developing the implementation of local DRR strategy and plans. First is about the local and of political interest of or engagement. Again, when we talk to the mayor or the leaders at the local level, sometimes we need to have a very simple words that really impactful. Sometimes we need to have a better, like a kind of way to understand what is their priority. If we just miss using a word, it's very, sometimes they don't really have an interest. How they, sometimes we need to have a very better calculations when you don't have a strategy or kind of like this. So it will also impact some, you will get some losses at the end. I think that's better. Second is more on the change of the government and priority. Sometimes there is some changes in the government and priority. We know that every government they might have a different option. Sometimes they have local government and on the development plan they should have very targeted priority on addressing those potential risk. I think this is very important, and also no dedicated focal agency for DRR in some country, like for Indonesia, I believe that they have, and since there is a mandatory in some cities or province in Indonesia, and lack of financial resources. Of course, this is one of the example, but it's not all about financial difficulties, but we can have support from international community itself or national community. We know so many NGOs like this forum as well. So many participants like chip in or supporting on these matters. And this is the enabling conditions. Enabling condition for developing local strategy. I think we start on the legislation. We want to create a good enabling condition for DRR. But understand, we know that some countries they might don't have the connection, the good legislation process. I don't know here because of I heard that in Indonesia there is some challenges in revision of the undang-undang kebencanaan. I think there is some need to be more works to do. How we approach the legislation process on the revision of the national disaster management regulation. Undang-undang kebencanaan, and also the second is more on the institutions, private and publics, and economic engagement, of course, in private and public engagement. And decentralization means that we give the more power to local governments, that they can they can have more roles in the implementation of their local strategy, and also community participation. Of course, community participation engagement can enrich all the process, from the planning process, implementing process, and also on the monitoring and evaluation process. I think it's very important. I know that Indonesia is a democratic country, so it's a better have the process of the planning, budgeting process, this is very open. So community participation is certainly one of the enabling conditions that can create better on the local DRR strategy implementation. This is the strategy to strengthen the local government in DRR. First is on the capacity. When we talk to the local governments, sometimes they don't say they ever say that they don't have enough capacity, Pak. I acknowledge that in Indonesia, for example, I think BPBD has more, can talk more on that issues on the capacity. Yeah, I know that BNPB and others, organizations, they have more enough resources. There's something like UNDRR provides scorecard and also detailed scorecard tools to support the city to have a better understanding on the gaps, and also before they plan to have a better plan. And the second is provide platform for knowledge sharing. This is important. Sometimes city they don't understand how they get the solution and understanding, and there's some challenges on that. So sharing among city is important. Sharing on the knowledge and best practices, and push commitment at the regional level on the target E of the Sendai frameworks. And this is one of the best practices that I can show. I don't know whether it can inspire. I don't know whether there is some representative from the local government in this forum. This is one of the public space, programs that jointly or developed between UCLG and UN Habitat in Malaysia. So sometimes we want to have a more public participatory approach. So people can design and can also understands the use of the public space. Sometimes it's not, sometimes governments, they only thinks their perspective. They don't really understand what the people needs. So through this participatory approach, I think we can have a better understanding what is the need. And the most important thing is about the maintenance. Sometimes it can be also usage for the evacuation area, or it depends on the needs of the peoples. And this is the participative and inclusive. So we promote this kind of inclusivity approach. And in Indonesia, we have we in Palu, we try to support the Palu city governments in in addressing those needs through especially in the post-disaster event in Palu 2018, and they come up with one public space area that can be used for learnings, sharings among community, and also as remembers or knowledge place memorial walls. And this is one of the empowering roles in DRR in Semarang City, urban floodings, a challenges strategy. And this is one of the Jakarta resilience strategy. Actually, Jakarta has the resilience strategy. It was supported by UCLG and also Rockefeller Foundation. So identify the process. They are come up with 3 focus area, how Jakarta well connected and also healthy, and also with some mobility. This is one of the challenges as well. In Sri Lanka, it's more on the flooding, urban flooding, how to have, the people, we put people as an important, part of the society. So people-centered is very important here. And this is the smart solution of the flood understanding. This is one of the early warning system, on the climate change examples. This is also one of the most important as well, is how we also identify on the adaptation side on the climate change. One of the example is waste to energy that we assess 2 cities in Indonesia, Jambi and Malang. So basically, through this, it can be also reduce the carbon emissions in the city itself. Also prevents saving the local budget, and because of Indonesia, waste is also a problem. So it also trigger, to another practice. This is the conclusion and way forward. I think implementing the DRR and local strategy is not, is not only the roles only the government itself, but also should be more on the people-centered and also community-based, engagement. And also city network like UCLG, we can promote the innovative knowledge platforms and also share practices among the local governments. We share, sometimes we bring best practices from Indonesia to be shared to other country or other region. Normally in the Asia Pacific Ministerial Conference for DRR and also GPDRR, often every 2 years. So this is that we want to have more. And also sometimes city they have better understanding how another city can deal with this kind of challenges and deal with some good strategy. And national government should have a sense strength and national policy, and also provide clear mandates, ownership to the city governments, and also the role of BNPB and also a relevant ministry on how they give more power to local governments. I think I can end my presentations for this time. Thank you, Pak.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Helmi. Beri tepuk tangan buat Pak Helmi, terima kasih. Okay, Pak Helmi have been addressing some issue, and I jotted three things that I like to share from Pak Helmi. that DRR is urgently important to be implemented at the city level because cities are vulnerable or prone to sinking and devastation. And the second one, local government is the key to manage disaster management. So leadership, local strategic actions are needed. And the third one is we need, of course, to address some challenges to implement the Resilient City program. In this case, we need to face the leader, how to face stubborn leaders, and then to create enabling conditions as well as increase local capacity on how to implement the Resilient City. Thank you, Pak Helmi. Before I go to the third speaker, I'd like to announce that all participants from online as well as in this room, you can jot your questions later on, and then maybe have a good time for you to ask the speakers. Okay, let's continue to the third speakers here. Is Pak Putu Sutawijaya. Pak Putu has been involved in disaster risk reduction since 2006 and is currently the chair of Disaster Risk Reduction Forum for the Bali province. He has been a disaster management practitioner for nearly 20 years. Since 2008, he has been actively supporting villages and schools at the province of Bali and NTB, Nusa Tenggara Barat, in the activity related to participatory risk assessment and disaster preparedness. His experience as a disaster management practitioner includes participation in various disaster workshops, serving as a facilitator and mentor for disaster resilience village and safe school programs for the Badung region's BPBD, facilitating disaster risk reduction for Ulukan village in Badung Regency and working as a senior disaster response staff at the Hong Kong Red Cross. So, Pak Putu, I think you have 20 minutes in max to present how implementation global agreements at local level. Please.
Okay, thank you Pak Burton for the time. Good morning everybody, Mr. Andi, Pak Helmi. Well, before I start my presentation, I do apologize because my English is not that good actually, so I will try my best to explain in English. So this is the title I take from exactly like the theme of the meeting or the workshop we have today, that implementing global agreements at national and local level. I took this slide presentation from the briefing material that given to us before we do this workshop, just to emphasize us that all the global agreement that like, for example, Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, SDGs, and then Paris Agreement, as well as now the Sustainable Resilience concept that presented by our president here. The end of the target is the people, the community, that clearly put in the concept of the sustainable resilience. They put the community or the people, they put in the center, in the middle. So, as the people is the target, so they are people the most vulnerable actually whenever a disaster happen in the field. So what we need to do is to increase their resilience so they can reduce the risk of any disaster occur in their area. And to achieve that goal, so this is the elements that we need. Like we can see in the bottom, we can see the global what do you call, the global agreement is needed there, and then the policy and regulation, community structure, ecosystem, livelihood, basic need, etc. So those are the things that we need to achieve the resilience of the community. So in DRR Bali Forum, so what we do to support that achievement or to support all the agreement to achieve that goals. So internally, we keep strengthening the organization capacity of our organization. We know that under the big umbrella of the RR Bali Forum, there are disaster management volunteer forum, the disaster expert forum, and university forum for disaster risk reduction, as well as journalist forum. And other than that forum, also we have the alliance, we call, they stay together there, the difabel community, for example, and then the youth of the cultural village in Bali, and as well as the inclusion social group of people. So the RR Bali Forum as an umbrella is a big umbrella, and we have a lot of components inside. The second one, we keep also strengthening the capacity, organization capacity of the RR Forum in district level, yeah. And then the last one, last month, we just established the communication forum of researcher that consists of teacher we call, right, of the university in Bali. In Bali, there are 14 campus that already signed a commitment to establish safe campus. So all the teachers of this university, they are part of this forum. And then externally, we keep build our partnership with the government and also organization, non-government organization. With the government, what we have done is the RR Bali Forum has took the initiation for Bali to have a local regulation related to disaster management that we started in 2002, and last year they already signed, so now Bali has a local regulation related to disaster management. The second one, we support the government in composing the document related to disaster preparedness. This year, we support Denpasar City to compose the contingency plan for earthquake for Denpasar. And then other thing, we do also a lot of activity with the government directly in the community level, is to strengthen the capacity of the community in disaster risk reduction, that in the village community as well as the school community. And then with the government, we also do a collaboration that the government provide us through BPBD, provide us training for our volunteer in disaster response last month, and this still going today until next 2 days. The BPBD also provide training for training of trainer for Destana or community village resilience. That the aim is to provide more trainer to implement this program in the village. Other than with the government, we also do partnership with other organizations like UNDP. We've been working quite long in Tanjung Benoa village in Badung, that now known as the community ready, tsunami community ready. That acknowledged by UNESCO last year. And then together with them, we do the simulation. So very often we did the simulation, and now they do that by themselves regularly after we leave the village. So, and then in Serangan village, we do micro risk assessment that now become the database of the next step if we do disaster risk reduction activity. In Tanjung Benua village, one of the thing that we have, what do you call, we have done is to make the community has an agreement with the hotels in the area. So the hotels will be agree to provide their building to be temporary shelter if there is a tsunami sign given by the government. So last time there were 8 hotels already signed the MOU and ready to be the temporary shelter. Because you know Tanjung Benua and Serangan are 2 villages in Bali that the condition is flat. So they have no option to run to the hills or higher ground to save themselves. So the only option is to go to the existing building after the earthquake. So that's why we encourage them to do this agreement with the hotel. And then we do the partnership with Siap Siaga. Siap Siaga support us a lot in strengthening the capacity, organization capacity of PRB in district level. So now we are accompanying 3 district, that is Karangasem, Buleleng, and Tabanan, for the local DRR forum to compose their statute of the organization as the guideline for them to run the organization. Also, one thing that we do with Siap Siaga is maybe there is not exist in other area in Indonesia, that we do a program that we call Datana, is Desa Adat Tangguh Bencana, traditional village resilience, yeah, disaster resilience. And then with Siap Siaga also, they support us a lot for the disaster response, especially during the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic response. So they support our volunteer to do the screening in Gilimanuk Harbor for people who want to come to Bali. So our volunteer support the government to do the screening process to make sure that everybody come to Bali, they already completed with all the requirements, the vaccine certificate, etc., etc. And then we do also collaboration or partnership with MFRI, Mount Fuji Research Institute, yeah, in doing the capacity building of schools around the Agung volcano slope, especially for schools who are located closest to the peak of the volcano. So last 3 months ago, we did this program in one of the school, that the elementary school number 3 in Sebudi village is one of the last village before the peak of the volcano. And then with MFRI, we also do the exchange of experience. So they come to Bali together with us to implement the program, and they also invite us to come to Japan to see how in Japan they still doing the preparedness to Mount Fuji eruption, although this volcano has been sleeping for 300 years, but they still doing all the preparedness every day in the school. We also do the collaboration and partnership with Pertamina in doing the capacity building in Serangan Village. Now we supporting Serangan Village to renew all their disaster preparedness document that already expired, and soon we will do the capacity building in one of the kindergarten school in Serangan Village. With Plan International, also we do a lot, and we will do a lot related to capacity building in school. Next month we will train 54 trainer to implement the Safe School program. The plan is in 100 schools in Bali, so we will take 54 people from all city and region in Bali. That the goal is, like we see in the presentation, is to implement the Safe School program in all of the school. And then this month we signed an MOU with Indonesia Journalist Alliance, or AJI, that we have agreed that AJI will support us in doing the dissemination related to disaster information and disaster risk reduction information. And then from Disaster Risk Reduction Forum, we will provide and support them in human resources capacity building. So we will provide them training and other things related to disaster management. Okay, I saw this slide again just to emphasize that people is the main target of all of the agreement. So related to people, in Bali, when we talk about people, we cannot avoid to talk about these two organizations. That is Desa Dinas or village and Desa Adat or traditional village. In Desa Dinas is the organization that manage all the administrative activity of the people. For example, if they want to have the identity card, the family card member, or what do you call? Reference letter for people to get their marriage certificate and everything. Meanwhile, in the traditional village, they more managing the daily activity of the people. See, so that's why it's very important for us to take what you call to have program with this traditional village, because this traditional village involved in every activity of the community, including in disaster management. For example, we know that during the COVID-19, they said Bali is quite fast in access to this situation because of the participation of the in the traditional village is very big, because Balinese people, they're really following the what do you call the rules, the regulation of the culture and traditional village, and they really follow the leader of the traditional village. So that time in Bali, whenever the traditional village said something, all the people will do that. Although sometimes for other people in outside from Bali, it doesn't make sense, that kind of activity. For example, one day they said everybody or every house tomorrow they have to put a certain kind of offering in front of their house with what do you call, with that orange coconut. So nobody refuse that thing. Everybody will follow them, and the next day you can see in Bali, all houses in front of their house, they have that offering with that coconut, yellow coconut. That's maybe if we talk and related to the science, maybe it's nothing look like related, but Balinese people that really believe and they do that. So that's why it's very important for us to go to this organization and give them, like, what do you call, socialization and additional knowledge related to disaster management, because they take part and have a big role in what we call Balinese daily people life. So this is a picture. Okay, this is the picture that we have in one of the activity we did do in the village, traditional village level. This is the village hall, complete with their two what do you call, wooden bell that they still use until now in the community. So we can see here they have two kind of bell, big one and the small one. The big one is for what do you call, the big incident or activity in the village. For example, if there is a disaster happen, they will hit the big one. But for daily activity, they will hit the small one. Yeah. So people already know if the small one sounding, it means there is a regular activity. But if the big one sounding, must be something emergency happen. Can be fire or what do you call, pencurian, robbery, and any other emergency thing. So they still use it, and this is become a part, what do you call, unseparated part of Balinese hall in Bali. So even in the village or in Desa Dinas, we have Destana program held by BPBD. So in the traditional village or in Desa Adat in Bali, we have Datana program. This program is the initiation of FPRB or DRR Bali Forum with Majelis Desa Adat. Majelis Desa Adat is traditional village committee, and also Dinas Pemajuan Masyarakat Adat or traditional village development department of Bali province, and with the support of Siap Siaga. So we do, until now, we have implemented this program in 3 traditional villages. One is in the north, in a village named Dukuh village, one in the east, in Komala village, and the last one in the western part of Agung volcano in Temukus village. Soon we will implement this program also in the coastal area in Serangan village. So what we do in Datana, so we insert knowledge related, what do you call, related to the science to them, because they have a lot of knowledge already in the community, the traditional knowledge. For related to volcano eruption, for example, they really have a lot of sign, traditional sign, that they got the information from their ancestor and until now they still have it. So to them we just add the scientific knowledge by inviting, for example, PVMBG to give information and knowledge related to the science, what is the sign of volcano eruption. And then we also insert a technology to their, what do you call, to their activity. We present PKDA. PKDA is traditional village resilience appraisal. So they do that by themselves with, what do you call, application. So by this application, they will know what is the strength they have, what is the weakness, and what they need to improve their capacity related to disaster management. We encourage them also to have regulation, in the local level, that in the traditional field we call Pararam. Pararam is the local regulation. In traditional village, they have 2 kind of regulation. One is they call Awig-Awig. Awig-Awig is the basic regulation. It cannot be changed. It cannot be modified. So what we can do, if there is something is not regulated, is to put a new regulation that we call Pararam. So, and also we encourage them to do the organization. We don't make a new organization because in the traditional village they already have their own organization related to the Balinese Hindu concept, the Trihita Karana. They have 3 group of people in managing Parahyangan, Pawongan, and Palemahan. Parahyangan is activity related to maintain the harmony between the human being with their God. So they have the group of that. Pawongan is the activity to maintain the harmony relation among us human being. They also have a group of people doing that. And Palemahan is the harmony relation between the human being with the environment. So they have also a group people of that. So we don't compose new organization. We just put new tasks or additional tasks related to disaster management to these 3 groups in the community. So we don't change anything to make sure that everything is running really based on the very local condition, very local wisdom, and the very local tradition. So that's all that I can present at the moment. Thank you very much. Matur suksema.
Yeah, give applause to Pak Putu. I think talking about Bali actually always amazes us because a lot of things always new thing about culture, even about the how the DR are implemented in Bali. So I have 3 points that I need to share. What Pak Putu just presented to us, that we need to be smart. We need to be smart to work with various partners around. So he mentioned about a lot of NGOs, local NGOs, as well as the local government and the private sectors. The second one I need to mention is that private sectors, we need also smart to use or to involve how the private sector involved in our things, our purpose. So he mentioned that we need maybe to use the private sector facilities when disaster occur as a center for evacuation. The last one that I need to share from Mr. Putu is, don't forget your local culture. Don't forget, because we need them to consultate the thing that we need to implement. In Bali, for example, he mentioned about 3 layers of people in desa, in village, adat village. So yeah, these kind of things we need to consider if we implement DRR in local level. Okay, we finished our first round of the session, and now we go to second round. Second round is I will ask each of speakers to deepen the issue that you raised. Firstly, I'd like to go to Ms. Tandi. Let me check my questions here because I already noted. Okay, Ms. Tandi, we talk about the global agreements, global initiative. So how to put the global agreement into details for national as well as local framework for DRR? It's not easy because if you see, maybe it's easy if you write it down. However, the governments at all levels will say, oh, come on, we don't have a lot of resources for that. So prioritizing is the one. So how do you think to put in the detail, but we need to implement it as well?
Thank you, Bertoni. I think the translation of these big policy frameworks over time with governments has become a lot easier. Maybe I'll actually pick on the points that Pa has made around anchoring priorities within what matters to a community and to a country. I think that's a starting point. So in Indonesia, as an example, if I look at the way the policies on SDGs, on the Paris Agreement, on the new urban agenda, how those are being translated practically directly links to the country's priorities on development and economic growth. So I think when you have that balance and alignment on what it is that is driving country interests, and there has to be a compromise, of course, because that's where you see all these conversations, for example, around the balance on environmental protection versus the drive for economic development they can become touchy subjects because again, of the history that we know exists in multilateral affairs, but also on specific development trajectories from industrial revolution times, right? So for us, as a United Nations, what we do is really provide that facilitation with national governments. In Indonesia, we have what's called the United Nations Country Cooperation Framework with Indonesia, which is co-developed. I mean, we develop it as a UN, but it's a very consultative process with the government of Indonesia to set the priorities that we see at the global level, align with Indonesia's priority on development, for example. I spoke earlier about the green energy transition, for example, and how that connects directly to the climate change agenda for us. So we see those two priorities, for example, on energy transition and climate change become a priority because we know that that's also a focus for Indonesia's economic development trajectory. And to go a little bit further, when again we sit and assess, for example, Indonesia's progress in the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction implementation, and then we also look at the targets that Indonesia has outlined in the SDG roadmap, for example, we see aspects of climate change adaptation, climate resilience as key goal priorities that are articulated. And on the basis of that, then we develop some core programs that are co-owned by the United Nations and the government to advance those specific actions either on disaster risk reduction. You've got specific agencies that are working with the government on environment and climate change. For us as OCHA, obviously, ours is disaster management. And I explained earlier how we approach that conversation with the government. Beyond that is exactly going down to the other mechanisms at the village level. I gave an example of Yakum emergency services, but I'm also extremely happy to hear you explain those examples of where you look at local cultures, existing mechanisms for disaster management, and how for us we use that as a leverage for advocacy to ensure that the resources are reaching the organizations on the ground. So the partnerships that you mentioned, Siap Siaga with Australia, we know that USAID as a partner for us strategically is also collaborating with local organizations in enhancing these capacities we speak about, is how we are seeing the concrete translation of these policies at the national, but more so at the local level where we think it matters most because those communities are at the forefront of disasters. They are the ones that are responding first when disasters happen. And so these policies can only make sense if they make sense at the global level, but more so for communities and the people emphasis that our colleague Pa makes in the community level.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Tandi. I think you responded with a good answer, and I think I like to go to Pak Helmi. Ms. Tandi mentioned that we need also to mainstream those initiatives to prioritize priority of national or local programs, like it's mentioned, like energy. You need, if you put energy, if you work on energy, please remember other thing like climate change, right? As well as remember your culture. Do existing mechanism already in the ground, use it. Pak Tandi, I think you've been talking about the cities, resilient cities, and I understand that Indonesia, we have a lot of challenges to do this. So how do you think to break through the challenges? You mentioned it already. However, it's not very easy for us to see, to face our local leaders, for example, in order to implement this program. This program is so good, so fantastic. However, like you mentioned, local leaders. So tell us a little bit about how to face these local leaders.
Thank you, Pak Bertan. And yeah, as I mentioned, it's not easy, but according to the, enabling conditions that we want to create is, first we have to start with the issues itself. Yeah, when we support, I'm going to tell you about the examples that we have done. You know, like the one that really assess. For example, even our secretariat is based in Jakarta, is at really uh, inside the capital city, government's office. So sometimes there is some silos and burdens, you know, with bureaucratic system and everything. But I think first is internalization is very important. How the the officials or the government officials really understands what is the issues of the city itself. You know, when we start about the issues, then we can easily understand how we can solve that problems, the issues itself. It can be so many, you know, like a framework is there. We know that global framework is tools to support not only from the national but also from at the local levels, and after that, you know, of institutionalization is very important, and also when we talk about the government itself, if there is no certain regulations, it doesn't work sometimes. You know, there should be concrete or I don't know, like guidance from respective ministers. I think it's classic answer, but I believe that it also very important. But start from the issues and also partnerships. You know, building partnership. We know that even Jakarta, like I just give example from Jakarta because of Jakarta budget is very very big. They have like 80 trillion rupiahs budget. But again, the participations of partnership with others is it's very important. Like and I think you saw in Bali, through the forums, PRB forum, it works. You know, to answer those dots and also the gaps, and especially if in some city they don't have any budget to 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 develop a strategic plan or the local DRR plans, then certainly the partnership with the local NGOs or local university, it should be strengthened. How they can communicate the issues, and that's the second one. And the third is more on the how you know, like city itself, they can understand the vision and the mission of the leaders. Sometimes we know that, of course, the vision and mission are already formulated during the elections. But when they agreed on the vision and missions, then it should be embedded into all the development plan and strategy. Then it should be not burdens into, you know, like this new agenda is kind of like it's totally new. No, it's not. Like SDGs, Sendai frameworks is not new. It's already there. We have a Hugo before. So, but the priority is different. The issue is different. Against that, it should be linked with the leaders or mayors or governors' priority or targets according to the vision and mission. I think that's the thing that you know, the 3 points that I want to highlight according to experience, according to our experience, deal with the city in Indonesia. Thank you, Pak Bertan.
Thank you, Pak Helmi, for your response. I think internalization, of course, is the one, partnership, as well as the vision and mission for candidates of the leader. Yeah, as we know, our next leader, 5 years to come, Indonesia is doing local election for the leaders. I think it's also important to know what's the vision on DRR. Okay, Pak Putu. Pak Putu, as Pak Helmi mentioned about internalization. Of course, internalization could not happen if we don't do socialization. So, at the village level, of course, you do a lot of socialization before the DRR implemented in desa, and with desa, we call it desa adat, so cultural village in Bali. So how do you find it? What is sort of are the challenges that you face to implement this? Because sometimes socialization is like, you know, yeah, you come, and then so what gitu loh. So what sort of are the challenges that you face and how you solved it?
Okay, thank you, Pak Berton. Yeah, we know that in Indonesia, related to implementation of program in the community, we have a lot of guideline already. But we know that guideline, many of that guideline composed not what do you call based on the real condition of all Indonesia part from Sabang to Merauke. Because normally it composed in Jakarta, so maybe they will take just some sample from some islands where they already implemented. So in the field, that is become one of our challenge, because sometimes that guideline is not addressed to the local condition. So as a facilitator, we have to create some improvisation, what do you call, modification of action in the field. One of the clear thing is the Destana curriculum is very good for Desa Dinas, but for Desa Adat, we have to modify that curriculum. So we have to, so the challenges is one of the thing, and to solve that thing, we have to really clear reading all of the curriculum and the guideline, guidance, and then we have to see what is the real need in the field. So we need to modify all of that thing. The second one, of course, as disaster issue became a sexy issue, right? Now in Indonesia, so many organization trying to implement this program in the field, and there are some villages that already got so many programs related to this kind of this what do you call this issue, and they become what do you call fatigue to receive new programs. So they started to become, no, we got it so many times already, so we don't need, and etc. Although in our point of view, we see that they need that program still, because there's some what do you call, some aspect they're not implement yet. But sometimes we cannot force them to receive us. So what we have to do is, normally we will do to the village leader, explain again and again, but if at the end they still don't receive, we don't force. So we will go to other village that, what do you call, would like to receive what we offer. So it is like the concept, right? So we have to work with the community who willing to receive us. So it will make us easier to work. And in many occasions, by doing this kind of thing, for example, we got refused in one village and we go to another village, and we can so approve in the village we work, the previous village who refused that our program, they come back and said, okay, now we go. So no, yeah, okay. If they refuse in the beginning, okay, it's no problem. We go to our another village, we implement, and we make it as maximum possible to make this program success in other village. It will become an example to others, and maybe to receive and invite us to come to their village.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Putu,
Yes.
for your response. I think Pak Putu just mentioned about the creativity to modify things. If you face if it is difficult to do something, modify it. Yeah, modify it to be better way to do something, as well as know your opportunity. Know your opportunity. This is a good one. And lastly, my English is not so good to mention. Be Presbyterian. Stubborn. Apa? No, it's not stubborn. Stubborn in a good way. Yeah, tough. Be tough. Stubborn in a good way to face your difficulties. All right. Thank you very much for your response for my questions. And then gonna have the third round, which is from participants. If any question from participant to
those outstanding speakers with me right now. I have two here on the screen. But if you have three participants to raise your issue, your questions. Okay, there are two questions here from Batu, Bapak, I don't know Bapak or Ibu, I think it's Bapak. Sudarwito, how to access GFSR in implementing the DRR, in particular mitigation. Maybe this one I would like to, the question go to Pak Helmi, because maybe you say about the partnership as well as what I call it, how you build the city, of course. Yes. Please respond to this question. If Pak Putu also like to add, or Ibu Tandi also, you can respond to this, the first question. Yeah, Pak Helmi, please.
Yes, thank you for the questions from Kota Batu here. Kota Batu is from East Java. Yeah, is I think in my opinion is the opportunity is not limited to the CSR only, but a lot of opportunity over there. But first is like sometimes local governments in the region, they have access directly with the international donors, or in Indonesia there is a regulation actually. If international donors or fundings, they want to work at the local levels, they need to go through the ministerial level first. So this is the regulations that really need to be understand, really to be understand on yeah. But for CSR, I believe that is sometimes it depends on the corporations in the city. Like I don't know, Batu, if you have a lot of private companies there should be access, given from the company itself. CSR is more on the community-based support, so not really on the government's, systems and everything. First you have to understand what is your needs. Second is you need to really understand how to access it. Like if CSR, I think domestically is very easy. Like you can talk with the company because of you, the one who really responsible with the regulation, everything in the city. But for the internationals, like OCHA, for example, of UCLG or others UN agency or World Bank or IDB, certainly they have, they will talk to the government itself. Is it your cities being prioritized or one of the top priority among the list? Because of Bappenas or national governments, they have a list of targeted area of the priority. I believe BNPB knows which one is the most highest risk level cities in the region. So, and the second is you can, you can directly go to like local government association like UCLG or ICLE, C40 and others, to get the support. Is not only about the project, like construction base, but also more on the system, like development and strategy development and etc. Like UCLG, ICLE, C40. We can give you like an examples like how you can have a technical assistance to develop really good strategy at the local levels. That can also be a benefit to access more support. I know that some cities in Indonesia, morely is on the big city, they can have confidently access those international funding. But like intermediary cities, like one city below 1 million, still have I think we need to have a more like support and better. Sometimes we donors or international agency, they want to have only in the big city like Surabaya, Semarang. But we should are eager to governments that they have to also support intermediary city, like one city below 1 million or like this kind of need to be prioritized as well. I think we need to have better understanding on that. I hope it's answer the questions, Pak.
Makasih Pak Helmi, and Pak Putu maybe you need to add.
Okay, thank you, Pak. Related to how to access the CSR in Bali, in DRR Bali Forum point of view, for us this is not a sudden, a sudden thing that happened. This is a long story, yeah, because DRR Bali Forum was formed in 2011, and then we didn't have any, funding resources to run our organization. But we are so lucky that BPBD always involve us in every activity. And we just use that opportunity to do our maximum effort, to do the maximum effort, maximum all the maximum to implement all the trust given by BPBD. And by the time, I think this built our image. Until finally in 2022, UNDP started to come. We didn't propose, but UNDP offered the collaboration. And then in 2024, Siap Siaga offer also the opportunity to do the collaboration, including Pertamina, Mount Fuji Research Institute. It just like automatically come for us this year. But like what I said, we cannot see just how they come today, but we also have to see how we build that image since 2011. So I think the image building is very important for us to attract the donors, to give their CSR for us to manage it. That is our experience. I don't have any theory about that. We just mention what we have done. So so now we can do all of this, collaboration and partnership with all of these partners. Thank you, Pak.
Yeah, Ms. Tandi, if you like to add, maybe.
I think the question on CSR is an important one, recognizing the role that private sector is playing in humanitarian assistance in Indonesia. It's a big one. We know for us from our perspective that the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, Kadin, has actually been doing some really good work in working with communities, but also linking to government initiatives on resource mobilization for disaster response, but also now we understand a lot in preparedness. So the gentleman or the lady that asked that question, I think it would be good to do a little bit more research around how the Chamber of Commerce is actually expanding its role in working with local partners. You mentioned Pertamina, for example. We also know that it's a company that's interested in the value chain, the supply chain, because the labor force is in communities. So when a disaster does strike and half of your employees are unable to report for work, it impacts your business. Yes. And so we see a lot of companies starting to show a lot of interest in investing in that local level community disaster preparedness efforts to ensure that supply chains are protected along the way as well. So a good point, but also really good to try, I think, and understand the Indonesian landscape of private sector engagement, particularly because we have Kadin for us as a member network of what we call Connecting Businesses Initiative, which is looking at strengthening partnerships with private sector in how we work with them on disaster management more broadly.
Thank you. And maybe because there is additional question to the first question that I just read. So this is the third one is I like to answer this because I said CSR could be go to volunteers. Okay. Pak Maltazam, I like to say in bahasa, Pak Maltazam, kami dari BNPB sebenarnya sedang mendata 50.000 kalau bisa 50.000 relawan, di mana satu organisasi memberikan setengah tahun ini untuk asuransi kerja. Asuransi bukan asuransi kesehatan, BPJS kerja. Jadi Kalau boleh Bapak silakan mendaftar teman-teman dari relawan penanggulangan bencana segera mendaftar karena kami baru mendapat belum 50.000. 50.000 ini akan diberikan selama 6 bulan CSR-nya untuk BPJS kerja. Demikian mungkin ya. Okay, if any question from the floor. Yes, please. Once here. Because we still have sometimes, yes, not very a lot, but sometimes. Please.
Good morning. My name is Jonas from GIZ Indonesia. And I very much enjoyed your discussion, especially from Pak Putu and Pak Helmi about the local wisdom that is found in villages, especially in Bali. And
Sorry, your volume is, we cannot hear very clear. Volumenya please.
Is it better now? Yeah.
Much.
Okay. Okay, my name is Jonas from GIZ Indonesia, and I very much enjoyed the discussion. I wanted to ask to Pa Helmi and Pa Putu regarding these excellent examples from Bali, where a lot of things can be learned from local wisdom, from the desa adat villages and so forth. My question is, what can we learn from these local approaches for the big urban context? When it's not only a couple of hundred people in a village, but then millions of people in Jakarta or Surabaya, what are the best practices that we can then use in these larger contexts? Because I think there's much more complexity, much more challenges as well. And is there anything you can share with us? Thank you.
Ya Pak Helmi, please respon Pak.
Thank you. Yeah, it's in urban context. We know it's certainly different when we talk about the complexity and also the engagement and participation. Based on our experience working with the, metropolitan cities, not only Jakarta but also like Surabaya and others. I think the key issue is here how governments put people's people or community participations process and they provide the platforms, to engage in every process of not only in the planning process but also budgeting and also at the implementation process. This is very crucial. And that Jakarta has Jaki and also others like the platform that can be accessed directly if there is some, kind of like clue or I don't know, kind of like say some, and it is very important. Why? Because of we know that every citizens in the big city, they have a very, particular needs and also in context of urbanization as well. We know that in Jakarta, for example, series of problems, like every days there are more than hundreds fires, urban fires happens in Jakarta. So when the system is not there, like how the communication tools given to facilitate the communication between citizens and the governments, it will not apply. And also the second is more on there is a minimum standard services that produced by the Ministry of Home Affairs that need to be applied by the local governments. I think this is one a good example from Indonesia. I heard that the SPM, the Standard Minimum Services Regulations, was also adopted from the Singapore model's SPM standard. So it is I assume that if community also can have a more criticals to to have a better kind of like to have a better understandings, not only understanding but also informations regarding their services. Like in the SPMs there is a sub areas of the disasters DRR there. I think you're aware of that. And BNPB rules also is very important. But there are 3 points here, and the SPMs. For is well informed regarding the information, potential risk informations, and the second is more on the how the roles of the community participation on the adaptation process and mitigation, and third is more on the recovery services. So starting from the standard service minimums, I think it can be also one of the important strategy of the relation between governments and the community. I think these 2 points that I would like to share with you, how we can tackles the urban complexity on the standard minimum services, and also tool platforms to access better how community engagement and especially on the early warning system and etc. can better works at the urban levels. Thank you.
It responds very well for you? Okay. Oh, thank you very much. So any question from the floor? Because I have another question from the online. Nomor 2 please, nomor 2 tadi. Ini nomor 3 ini yang di Matador. Halo? Iya. Masih any question from the floor? Okay. Once there. And then, ya silakan Pak. Nanti setelah after you, I will read from Echo in our Matador. Silakan nomor di sana, Mas. Yes. Silakan. Kalau mau bahasa Indonesia.
Halo, selamat siang. Ini kan ini kan pernah ke rumah sakit kan, BPJS kerja kan? Iya, ya. Ini kan pernah operasi 4 kali. Iya. Iya. Ini kan pas 8 tahun yang terakhir saya kecelakaan. Ya. Sempat 4 kali operasi. Saya. Ini masalahnya sebulan sekali kontrol. Akhirnya poli saraf kan. Ini tanggungan BPJS kerja masih 3 juta kan. Ini kerjaan yang lama baru pelit pas 2018 kan. Ya masalahnya kartu BPJS kerja nggak ada selama sekali. Gimana itu pas habis BPJS kerja apa gimana? Ini kan puskesmas gimana gitu. Maksudnya ngomong agak otak nggak
Iya.
Maksudnya otak sama omongan.
Saya kira saya ngerti. Ya. Bapak Mas relawan ya? Relawan? Oke.
Ya.
Relawan bukan?
Bukan.
Oke, iya.
Ya.
Oke. Yang tadi ditanya sebenarnya, terima kasih saya respons. Kira-kira itu buat saya. In bahasa please sorry. Karena gini, yang kami inisiasi adalah tadi pertanyaan tentang CSR. CSR itu bagaimana kemurahan hati dari perusahaan memberikan bantuan sosialnya gitu ya. Nah ini sekarang ada perusahaan untuk memberikan kira-kira 6 bulan buat relawan sebanyak 50.000 relawan untuk 50 relawan penanggulangan bencana. Kalau ada relawan di sini atau tahu silakan menyampaikannya ke BNPB. Nomor-nomor mungkin di daerah sudah lagi getol ini Pak ya. Nah silakan nanti untuk setiap relawan penanggulangan bencana ya bisa didanai 6 bulan doang sebenarnya. Ini usaha kami untuk CSR. 6 bulan untuk CSR ya. Jadi ketika nanti seorang relawan dalam bekerja penanggulangan bencana terjadi apa-apa, ini akan ditanggung oleh CSR BPJS kerja tersebut. Jadi enggak semua, tapi khusus untuk relawan, untuk BPJS kerja, ya BPJS kerja itu mungkin jawabannya ya. Kemudian let's go to Matador, the third person that like to questioning us here. Bagaimana pembiayaan sarana prasarana banjir? So how to finance the facilities from flood? It's international or national to deal with this. So I think this is the question. I think you understanding bahasa. Bagaimana pembiayaan sarana banjir setiap kabupaten kota? Apakah dari pusat? Oke, pembiayaan. Jadi, so Pak Eko, I think I like to respond this one. It's not the question belongs to them. Jadi gini. Saya kebetulan dari BNPB, setiap sarana prasarana, gini, penanggulangan bencana adalah urusan daerah, karena pemerintah kita membuat regulasi bahwa penanggulangan bencana itu urusan desentralisasi, urusan daerah. Ketika ada sarana prasarana banjir misalnya, itu mestinya daerah bisa menganggarkan, ya harusnya menganggarkan. Tetapi kasusnya tidak selalu begitu. Kadang-kadang pemerintah daerah tidak cukup biayanya untuk melaksanakan kegiatan-kegiatan seperti ini. Misalnya kanal barat timur, kanal Bekasi sana apa namanya? Kanal timur, kanal barat yang ada di Jakarta mungkin nggak cukup untuk pemerintah daerah membiayai. Ini bisa dibiayai oleh pemerintah tentunya, pemerintah pusat dengan segala macam proposal atau apapun yang dilakukan. Jadi saya kira kalau BNPB tidak melakukan ini, internasional juga tidak melakukan ini, ada kementerian lembaga yang pas melakukan ini untuk masalah banjir. PUPR misalnya ini ya, PUPR yang mestinya melaksanakannya. Baik, Pak Helmi ada yang mau direspons?
Ya, mungkin sedikit aja Pak tambahan. Terima kasih atas pertanyaan. Pak Eko dari BPBD ya pasti atau dari mana? Oke. Let me answer in bahasa. Most of the audience is Indonesian. Jadi kalau di BPBD sebenarnya kan ranah BPBD itu kan lebih ke koordinasi ya Pak ya. Bagaimana menyiapkan strategi, perencanaan, PRB dan untuk teknis itu banyak di departemen atau dinas-dinas terkait lainnya. Seperti dinas PU, dia yang menyediakan dan sebagainya. Dan ada dinas instansi lain. Jadi kalau memang anggaran di BPBD tidak ada untuk membeli sarana prasarana tersebut, saya kira di PU itu sudah bisa dimunculkan atau di dinas-dinas terkait. Jadi bagaimana budget penganggaran itu bisa lebih itu. Dan kedua tentunya BNPB juga bukan kementerian teknis. Bukan kementerian yang memberikan bantuan seperti truk dan sebagainya, justru PU atau kementerian-kementerian. Jadi BNPB ini lebih bagaimana membantu Bapak BPBD dan kota untuk lebih bisa membuat perencanaan yang bagus, sistem yang bagus dan koordinasi yang bagus. Dan kemudian nanti, untuk sebenarnya banyak Pak, kalau untuk kota Pak, UCLG pernah memfasilitasi. Contohnya ini pemadam kebakaran saja, saya tidak punya pengalaman yang untuk banjir, sarana banjir, tapi biasanya kota-kota di Korea atau di Jepang itu banyak mereka memberikan bantuan secara langsung grant, hibah, contohnya mobil-mobil pemadam kebakaran yang dibutuhkan oleh Indonesia berapa, itu bisa diakses sebenarnya. Seoul Metropolitan Government mungkin dia punya bekas ambulan yang masih bagus, maintenance-nya mereka bagus ya, atau Tokyo Metropolitan dan sebagainya, itu sebenarnya bisa diakses oleh kota-kota di Indonesia Bapak Ibu sekalian. Tinggal tadi bagaimana itu bisa, bagaimana biasanya ranahnya Kemendagri, ada Direktorat Jenderal MPBK. Untuk itu kalau banjir mungkin PU atau bagaimana, nanti tinggal bagaimana kota punya agreement kerjasama. Contohnya mungkin kota Batu dengan kota, salah satu kota di Daejeon atau di Korea. Nanti di situ bisa akses potensial kolaborasi kota dengan kota Pak, itu bisa. Prasarana mungkin kalau tadi apa dan sebagainya bisa Pak Berton, itu akses yang salah satu bentuknya yang bisa. Makasih
Iya.
Pak.
Saya kira Pak Eko nanti berkoordinasi dengan BPPD, dengan kementerian lembaga atau dinas-dinas yang lain. So, okay, we come up to our last session, which is closing statement. Yeah, closing statement from speakers. So, but please do your closing statement and touch with monitoring evaluation, because we haven't touched monitoring evaluation of these programs. So yeah, in 3 minutes or 4 minutes, maybe each of you can respond to your closing statement as well as how to monitor and evaluate those programs. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Pak Berton. I'll be very brief, and I'll really just highlight a few words that that I know resonate with what we have been discussing around kolaborasi, aksi antisipasi. We need to anticipate. Bencana, big word in Indonesia. I've had to learn it because of the context again that we're working in. Pelanggulangan, koordinasi, partnerships, and people. I think for me these words really manifest the work that is happening in disaster risk reduction. In terms of, I think, that picture of global to local, I think we really heard the synergy from the policy developed post-2015 to how we see practical ways that this is being implemented at the city level, but also at the village level. What I think is important, I think as Pa Putu mentioned, is to remain focused on why we do what we're doing. And yes, there's policies in place, there's frameworks all over the place. We're not short of these instruments, but I think it's that ambition to accelerate the work that we're doing, particularly as we move towards 2030, that pivotal moment that that world leaders agreed to see that work that's happening on disaster risk reduction, on achieving targets in sustainable development, on addressing and responding to the climate crisis, that we're really accelerating our efforts. Right now, the moment we're in is really about accelerated action to achieve these targets. Monitoring and evaluation, I will really leave that to the experts. I understand yesterday was great because we had colleagues and experts that are working, for example, on Sendai, really give details around how that progress is happening and how countries have got mechanisms to see that, that we're really monitoring where we are. For us, from the disaster management perspective, I think we will remain and amplify our advocacy on climate action. That is a core priority. It's about life and death right now. We will continue to focus on local action because we know that resilience is localized, but also the experience of disasters is at a personal local level. So that focus on local action is an important one. And the other is, again, advocacy around financing that translates into action on the ground through national mechanisms, through provincial mechanisms, but that trickle-down effect is happening. And for us as the United Nations, our ambition, again, is to ensure that in all the work we're doing on disaster management, no one is left behind. Those vulnerable groups, that the young people's intelligence and use of technology is capitalized as an asset in disaster management, that the women who are often framed as vulnerable, but who we recognize are pillars in our communities and our villages to anchor families, to protect families and children, that they too are given special attention and allowed into the spaces of decision making to ensure that perspectives of gender are brought to the fore. And then ultimately, I love this spirit of, I've got to say it right, gotong royong, gotong royong in Indonesia, which is really about helping each other. And that's what the work on disaster management is about, that we continue to manifest this spirit of support and building each other as we implement work on disaster risk reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu. Pak Helmi, please.
Yeah, my closing statement here, like as a previous, we talk about localizations, mainstreaming of the global agenda. We know that we only have less than 7 years of the 2030 of global agenda. So I know that this is the decade of actions instead of, we know that in the next month there will be APMC DRR, and next year there will be GPDRR in Geneva, and also there will be like series of COP meetings. But the most important thing is how we can have a better access of the climate and climate change DRR and climate change adaptations support funding mechanisms. We know a lot of agreements or financial support has been pledged at the global levels. We know that UCLG as a local government networks, ICLE, C40, we are trying to have a better, works together collaboration in, supporting our constituents, cities. And second is how, we want to have a more support on the city-to-city cooperations because of we know that sometimes if the city, they can speak directly to the city, they have, a common, better understandings, and they know each other, the problems and also finding the solutions. I think that is more on the decentralized and city-to-city cooperations. And the last is how we have a, a strong partnerships within, not only in the globals, but also at the locals. Through the, like Bali, they have a strong local wisdoms, and through with the community engagement and approach, and also participatory process, not only limited to the process of the, planning, but also into the budgeting system and also into the implementation. I think those 3 points that for my closing statements focusing. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Pak. Pak Putu.
Thank you, Pak Wirton. Before I give my closing statement, I just want to give a short answer of the question. I forgot his name before, who asking how we implement all the local practice in the city. I think one of many things that we can do is to see the community structure that work in that area. So, for example, from Bali perspective, although Denpasar we call city, but also we have traditional village in that city. So sometimes we just can copy what we do in the village in the city, because that structure that work in the village also exists in the city and it's work in the city. So we can do the same thing in the city. Although we call, like what I said, although we call city, but the cultural structure is still work there. Okay, then so the last thing that I want to say is, as an implementer of community-based program in the village, so as we have to think what innovation we have to do anytime we want to implement that program in the field, because in different village, different location, it's a different situation. So we can use all of our previous experience to see what is the possibly effective way to implement that program in our new place. And the second one, of course, as the local implementer, we have to keep, strengthening our partnership with all the actors working in our area in disaster risk reduction. And one thing that also we need to do is that at least until now in Bali we never did it, is like what Pak Berton said, is the evaluation of this program in general. BPBD, for example, keep initiating, forming Destana in all villages, but until now we never do the evaluation. How is this program work? Or are those villages that we already established as Destana still exist, still doing all the thing that they have done? They still have the active document, or maybe the document already expired and no one take care about that. Yeah. So that is one thing that we still really need to do, and it's urgent for me, really urgent. So evaluation of all the program, because we know that in Destana, for example, they have 3 levels: Pratama, Madhya, and Utama, and we never know if there is that Utama village is still Utama now, or they already dropped down to Pratama, or what. So we don't have, I think, at least in Bali, we don't have any data about these villages. So this kind of thing is really, really important and urgent to do. Thank you, Pak Berton.
Yeah, thank you, Pak. Thank you. I think big applause to our outstanding speakers. Awesome, so very good, and then a lot of details that we learned. To conclude, maybe I like to mention that we have good global agreements on DRR or related to DRR or related to disasters. However, we need this to implement in our local government, local community, by maneuvering, modifying, partnering, and whatever we do to do this successfully. Thank you very much that you've been here to listen to us, and yeah, being awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and also all the speakers. Let's give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And for all the speakers and moderator, please remain on stage for the token of appreciation. I would like to invite Mr. Andrian Chader, Director of Operational from ADEXCO, to present the certificate to the moderator and also speakers. To the moderator and speaker, please come forward to in front of the table so we can take a better photo of you. Yes. Okay, I will count. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, Mr. Berton Suarpelita Panjaitan. Next, we have Miss Thandi Muape. Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your experience to us. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Next, the next certificate will be presented to Mr. Helmi Abidin. I will count in 3, 2, 1. All right, and then the last certificate, the token of appreciation, presented to Mr. Iputusuta Wijaya. Let's give a round of applause to all the speakers and moderators for sharing their knowledge and their experience for us in this session. And last, we have a photo together to all the speakers and moderator, and also Mr. Andrian. Okay. I will have to count in 3, 2, 1. Once again. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much to all the speakers and also moderator for enriching this first session of today. You may now return back to your seats. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for all the speakers and moderator. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break after this. We will have a 1 hour lunch break. So feel free to have a break a bit or have a lunch and or take a look in our expo outside. And we will come back at 1 p.m. for the continuation of our program. And we have an exciting lineup for discussion ahead. So see you on 1 p.m. and enjoy your break. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024. We will begin the second session shortly. So for those of you who are still outside, please come into the event area and take the assigned seat as we gonna begin the event in a moment. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, selamat datang kembali di the second Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang sudah berada di ruangan ini, mohon untuk menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan, dan bagi Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ruangan, untuk dapat segera masuk ke ruangan acara, karena sesaat lagi kita akan memulai sesi selanjutnya. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin this session shortly. So please take your assigned seat. And also for those of you who are still outside, please come into the event area because we're gonna begin the second session shortly. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, sesaat lagi kita akan memulai sesi selanjutnya. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang sudah berada di ruangan ini, mohon untuk menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Karena kita akan memulai event sesaat lagi. Terima kasih. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024. Let's give a round of applause for everyone in this area, please. I hope that you are all refreshed after a lunch break and ready for the next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have done the first session in the morning before the break. And next one, we're gonna have the second session of today and the fourth session of the forum. The session will be discussing about strengthening disaster preparedness through science, technology, and innovation. And the session will be led by Dr. Insinyur Dudi Iskandar, M4SC, Director of Policy Evaluation for Research, Technology, and Innovation Indonesia, National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. Let me read a bit about Mr. Dudi Iskandar. So, Dr. Insinyur Dudi Iskandar, M4SC IPU, previously held the position of Head of Research Group for Sustainability and Life Cycle Assessment of Climate Smart Agriculture and Forestry, BRIN. In 2016 until 2018, Mr. Dudi was the director of Center for Technopreneurship and Industrial Cluster Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology. And he has experience of more than 12 years in technopreneurships and also green technology, agricultural and sustainability, and also industrial. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Dr. Insinyur Dudi Iskandar to moderate this session. The stage is yours, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon to everybody, ladies and gentlemen, that attend this very important event for today. So, welcome to the Global Forum Sustainable Resilience Season 4. We are going to invite experts in the roundtable here with the theme of strengthening disaster preparedness through science, technology, and innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, science, technology, and innovation is move very rapidly and is important as well for sustainable resilience. So, for today, I will be the moderator for first distinguished speakers. Is very expert in different background. Today, I would like to invite to the stage Professor Dr. Insinyur Hamam Riza, MSc IPU. Please applause for Dr. Hamam. And I would like to invite as well Mr. Eric. Applause for Mr. Eric. He is a Senior Regional Program Manager and Advisor on Disaster Risk Management in the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. Welcome. The next speaker is Ibu Harkunti Pertiwi Rahayu PhD. Welcome, Ibu. Please. welcome to the stage. And the last but not least is the youngest presenter, Dr. Nuraini Rahma Hanifa. Welcome, please on the stage. So welcome to all the speakers. How are you today? Good, good, thank you. Especially Eric, you must be very tough. Your journey from Bangkok to Jakarta. Are you okay? All right, great. So ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, today we are going to discuss more about in the second Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024, Navigating Uncertainty, Advancing Sustainable Resilience in Changing World. So the goal is to advance understanding and action towards building resilient and sustainable societies in the face of escalating risks and uncertainties, and also to foster collaboration, innovation, once more, innovation and policy dialogue to strengthen disaster preparedness, enhance adaptive capacities, and promote holistic approaches to sustainable development. As you know, there are 5 key elements of sustainable resilience, putting people at the center. Again, putting people at the center. The first one is about the governance, how to strengthening institutional capacity, culture, and regulation. The second one is about investment. The third one is infrastructure. And the fourth one is science and technology. So today we are going to talk more about science and technology, the role of science and technology in providing scientific evidence and solution for policy formulation, problem solving, and also decision making to put people. Resilience is local, contextual. The overarching design of sustainable resilience must be people-centered. So ladies and gentlemen, we are here with the 4th of speakers in different background. I would like to a little bit introduce about this session. So I will invite for each speaker to speak about 7 minutes presentation or more, maybe 10 minutes presentation based on your expertise. And next, we are going to invite the all audience to raise a hand and ask the question or discussion. And the third round, we are going to discuss more about this topic with all the speakers, and we'll be closing. So we have 1 hour and 30 minutes for presentation and discussion. So to make the time effectively, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Hamam Riza, MSc IPU. He's a leading expert in artificial intelligence. So the ladies and gentlemen know about the artificial intelligence already. It's already used in different aspects in our life. He is expert in artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. His career began in the Agency for the Assessment Application of Technology. Actually, he was my senior. Thank you, Pak Hamam, for coming here. Professor Hamam Riza has held various positions, including the head of BPPT 2019 and 2021, executive CEO, and of course, he is the president of CORICA, Collaborative Research and Industrial Innovation in Artificial Intelligence. So, Professor Hamam, please, your time for 7 to 10 minutes for your presentation. Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Greetings everybody. I'm very happy to start off. Thank you Pak Dudi and all my, distinguished panelists here. So I will just start with something that probably everyone are very much on the move of adopting AI for many use cases. And especially, I would like to bring your attention to the nexus of climate and health, public health. So, I will want to share with all of you that there are some innovations that are mostly needed for tying in artificial intelligence, data science, and bring up the use cases for resiliency with climate and health, public health system especially. So I want to showcase how AI and digital transformation are being harnessed to tackle public health challenges. Climate Smart Indonesia is basically a program that we have initiated since last year, working together with various parties in Indonesia and abroad. And it is basically building up a disease early warning system to represent a leap forward innovations, providing real-time simulations that allow healthcare provider to anticipate and manage outbreaks as part of the disaster. So we build up a dashboard that can provide you with accessibility to this data across different language groups, prompting inclusivity in health communications. At the core of the Climate Smart Indonesia is how we aggregate data and organize health data to enable more informed decision making. We are also working on some of the other programs, such as AI microscopy. All right. Next slide, please. Okay. No. One more. Yes. AI microscopy, which bring precision to the microscopic level, allowing for faster and more accurate diagnosis, especially in resource limited settings. So, if you can see from the dashboard, probably you can play the dashboard, enlarge the dashboard, please. Can you click on the dashboard, please? Or you can see from here. No. Previous slide, please. Okay. If you can see from this digital twin dashboard, such as, climate solutions for Lampung, with all the indicators coming from different parts of Indonesia, you basically tie this in with the malaria factors that are appearing in various provinces or cities or villages. Yeah? And from there, we can basically analyze and provide you with the early warning system. And this can be one of the systems that are integrated into the whole new architecture of the global health. We call this One Health Architecture, Satu Sehat Indonesia. So one of the most innovative solutions that are coming in because of the generative AI, generative artificial intelligence, is that we present the malaria GPT. As you know, probably all of you are using ChatGPT or Cloud or Perplexity or GEMS, any products, any generative AI will do good. This is a customized, local, malaria, generalized pre-trained transformer, GPT. And what it do is that this AI model designed specifically to enhance malaria detections, predictions, and control. By combining generative AI techniques with health data, this tool is set to significantly bolster Indonesia malaria eradication efforts. This technology together are setting new standard for digital health innovation in Indonesia. It is basically science, technology, and innovations that will bring us into climate health resilience. We need to work on various health resiliency issues, include not only malaria, but to DBD, which is we are working with BMKG on these use cases, as well as the other infectious climate resilience, climate-induced kind of diseases like tuberculosis and many others. So at this point, we are trying to build national alliances, working together with all of you, coming from whether it is a vertical industry or multilateral stakeholders, which are concerned with the climate resiliency. We are building up, preparedness for another, hopefully we will not face another pandemic within these years, because science and technology will prepare us for all the risks, whether it is in mitigating the risk or in adapting the risk. So, to top it off, next slide please. I ask your hands for collaborating in getting some of the multi-stakeholder approach towards climate resiliency, public health system, and I think it is a wonderful occasion for me and all the team at the Collaborative Research and Industrial Innovation in AI, which started in BPPT, including with all of my panelists here, including Bu Harkunti, that we work on early warning system for the tsunami early warning system. We need to tackle this problem together with our joint forces and collaboration. So thank you so much for having me to be part of this panel on science, technology, and innovation for disaster preparedness. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Hamam Riza, for your excellent and comprehensive presentation. I got two things from the Pak Hamam, that's how to use the AI and also big data to tackle health disaster. Actually, he said the climate health resilience, and the second one is how his experience is to build the national alliances, collaborative. That's what we're talking about, how the collaboration between different stakeholders to tackle this climate health resilience. Thank you, Pak Hamam, for the 10 minutes presentations. That's great. So the next speaker, sorry Eric, that's we already set up. The second one is Ibu Harkunti Pertiwi Rahayu PhD. Could you please step to the stage? Ibu Harkunti is the chair of Indonesian Disaster Expert Association, IABI, and she is an associate professor in the Urban and Regional Planning Study Program at the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development, ITB, Bandung. He many experiences how to tackle one of them in tsunami early warning system and disaster risk reduction. She contributes to several international and national organizations. Currently, she serves as the chair of various UNESCO, IOC, and UN committees. Professor Bu Harkunti, 10 minutes for you to present your presentation, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I have my presentation, please? Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you very much for inviting me for this very special session, because most of us know each other. So it's very great and sharing about this. Maybe that I would like to share here that the title of my sharing knowledge here is related with this innovative and inclusive people-centered. Sorry, I think this is the wrong one. Pak. The previous, so this is the old one. Please, can I have the current one? Yeah. Pak Anton. Sorry, I'm sorry, a little bit, but we are ready for this adapting for the changes, yeah. This is why we are here. Preparedness is part of how we can adapt about any kind of situation. So maybe while waiting for my slide is upload into the, the laptop, so I would like to share related about what I would like to share here. The title actually I would like to share here related about the innovation and inclusive people-centered early warning system. So especially for tsunami early warning system, this is one of the vehicle of road to build the sustainable resilient. Why I pick up about this idea of having the inclusive? Because everybody knows, if you're talking about early warning system, the most important is that the warning system can be responded by all the people at risk. What does it mean by the all people at risk? We cannot differentiate people by, the hierarchy, by the license, by everything, but all people should be reached by the warning system. So basically that I would like to share here is related about my involvement on the early warning system and mitigation, not only Indonesia, but also in Indian Ocean as well as the global tsunami warning system, which is covering the 4 basins. Indian Ocean, Pacific, Caribbean, as well as Mediterranean, where we learn each other from one basin to another basin. So one point that I would like here to focus is related with this inclusivity. One of the issues that I would like to talk about, the inclusivity, sometimes we forgot. We are busy responding, preparing, or prepare for all the people at risk without thinking about the inclusivity. Okay, yeah, this is the right one. Can I show this? Okay, so this is the title. So I know because this is the wrong one, because I tried to make it short and hopefully it will be interest you all. Okay, so I would like to start. Today, since yesterday, actually the launching of 2-decade commemoration about 2004 tsunami in Aceh, what we call here Indian Ocean tsunami. Why Indian Ocean? Because the effect is across the boundary. Not only Indonesia was affected, but the whole Indian Ocean country has been affected. 230,000 people was killed. And then that become the momentum for all people, all the country in Indian Ocean to build what we call here Indian Ocean Tsunami Early Warning and Mitigation System. At the same time, Indonesia also built what we call INA-TWS, like has been presented by Ibu Deputy yesterday, Indonesian Tsunami Warning System. That I would like to highlight here, this wake-up call is very interesting. The whole people in the world, the international society are ready to build. And then this become the very momental for Indonesia as well as the Indian Ocean country to set up this. Indonesia playing a very important role to become among three tsunami service provider in Indian Ocean, together with India and Australia. What does it mean by the tsunami service provider? Because the system of Indian Ocean is what we call system of system, where those 3 countries has responsibility to send the warning to 28 member states of Indian Ocean. The question here, a lot of advanced technology that has been explained also with Pak Hamam, we collaborate before on the tsunami detection, is almost approaching 4.0. These 3 ETSP, meaning like from detecting, analyzing, and disseminating, so I'll try to reach 4.0, BMKG, as well as INCOIS India and BOM Australia. They are trying to match this. But the issue here, if you are talking early warning system, as I mentioned in the opening, that doesn't matter, it doesn't have any effect, is not responded by the people. So if you categorize people-centered early warning system in here, or end-to-end system, which consists of 4 stages, meaning is starting from the detecting, monitoring, detecting, and then analyzing, producing alert system, and disseminate to reach all the people at risk. So I put here the question mark, the 2 last step. The 2 last step is become responsibility of the national as well as the local government, how they can disseminate or conveying the message of the warning to the people. Are we ready for the 4.0? Are all people at risk are already reached by this? So if you can see on the left side, on the bottom right, here that was the global tsunami warning system, which is covering the 4 basins. Indian Ocean, where Indonesia plays a significant role, and then Pacific Ocean, Caribbean, as well as the Mediterranean. Then here that we have the challenges. The challenges actually that we face here, that there are global commitment here. The global commitment here has been stated by UN Secretary General by 2020 that in 5 years, all the area which is prone to tsunami should be covered and protected by early warning system. So this become mandatory, whatever stated by the UN Secretary General, Pak Guterres. So it's become a big homework. All the area has been protected, or meaning like receiving the warning by this tsunami service provider and disseminate by the country itself until reaching the last mile. So become the homework. And then the second statement, actually I was involved in developing the what we call here UN Ocean Decade Tsunami Program with 11 global scientific committee. And here that we also respond, Pak Guterres again, that he said 100% people at risk should be resilient to and prepared to tsunami. Oh my, how we can prepare 100%? Remember, in Indonesia itself, we had 11,000 kilometer coastal community, and then coastal city, which is have a lot of high populated area. So this has become the homework and become the challenge for us. Are we ready by 2030? No, it's already 2024, part of the commemoration of 2004 tsunami, and then another 6 years. Are we ready? So I'm sure this moment actually is become also windows of opportunity when we can build the network, partnership, how we can strengthen the resilience and preparedness together across the border. And one thing that's important here, this also become opportunity to strengthen what we call here people-centered early warning system, where the early warning system should focus that the people should be the priority. Now is one of the important here. What does it mean by the people? What I said here, we need also to remember the all people here, including our brothers, our sister, who has this disability, or what we call here, people with different functional ability or defable. Then I would like to share here, there is global commitment part of building partnership among the country. The SDGs, everybody knows about SDGs. National development should rely on the SDGs. But the issue here, the SDGs itself has identified that all people at risk should be resilient is also part of the SDGs target. No one left behind. No one left behind here, no one meaning all cannot left behind in terms of tsunami warning and evacuation. However, I would like to share here, the challenge is very big. In the world, about 1.3 billion people are categorized as defable people. And Indonesia itself is about 8.5% people with disability. So become a homework. For the non-disability itself, we already get a problem. And how we can focus it, how to mobilize with the disability. I would like to share here good lesson learned from my association on the Disaster Expert Association. We have a group of members here. They are talking about that we need to focus on the what we call here early warning system for the deaf. We mean like for the hearing impairment. And learning from this, what has been done by the young people here, what we call the unspoken ministry, is very nice name. And then I need to follow up here looking at the case study. Here that I would like to share, this year we start to think about how we need to develop SOP as well early warning system for the inclusive group, which is like disability. I just pick up some example here. For example, special school for difabel group. Special school mostly highly populated, around 50 until 375 students there. And then, for example, I pick up in Padang area, 2/3 of the school are located on the inundation area. Could you imagine if tsunami warning issued and tsunami might occur during school hours, how the teacher can mobilize all the students? So the drill need to be embedded for this special school. So that's why the situation and the school itself, that sometimes the government forgot to put priority. For example, the evacuation shelter, vertical, is very far from the school. They are staying in the very inundation area. And then the road itself, the situation is not friendly for the difabel group, as well as they don't have any special exercise tool. So this has become a homework for us, how we can need to develop the warning system which is really friendly to them. That's why in this system that we like to use how the difabel group, which is hearing impairment or the blind people, they can have access to warning system. Just looking at that, human right, also no one left behind. So what we are developing here, there are school platform that they can have access directly from the warning system, so they know how to respond, and we make SOP how they can be evacuated. And the student can have access also using the smartphone that can use the vibration or the light visual warning system. So this is like the ongoing process that I would like to share. And then, however, last but not least, to conclude, this is very important. Whatever intervention, whatever prototype that we make, without making it industrialized, so it's very difficult to build resiliency. So that's why I hope through this meeting, this exhibition, we can build partnership with the industry. So we need a lot of warning system for disability that can be manufactured a lot. Then this is one important issue. The second issue here is part of our discussion in my association with my senior here, Professor Yan, that domestic invention and maturation is become important. What does it mean here? Maturation here is standardization. Also, the proven technology is become important. Otherwise, manufacturing without proven technology is difficult. What about today if you're not ready with that? It doesn't matter. We can have this import or outsourcing product from the overseas, but looking at this using what we call here reverse engineering. So become important, not just imported, but reverse engineering. We can see outside a lot of product from overseas. We can temporarily use that, but I know that my nation, like has been presented by Pak Hamam, we can go toward this situation. The third point here, this immediate and systematic neighboring region market acquisition. How we can create the market? We need disaster diplomacy. A lot of you, the very important people in your, for example, Mas Angger, I'm sorry still calling you the old name. You are in the position that can make deal disaster diplomacy. And all of the prominent speaker here, you can make diplomacy, to build the market, what we do, and then to that. Last but not least, on the innovation, disaster technology should characterized by two issues here. First, should be commercially implementable or marketable technological product. And then, last but not least, the most important that we need to highlight should be socially utilizable and technological product. So to conclude here, hopefully this can raise the discussion and question. Thank you very much. I return to you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you, Ibu Harkunti, for excellent presentation. That's, ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesia, we have around 9,000 researchers and 300 in the research center in Indonesia, and we have about 300,000 researchers in the universities that in Indonesia. So it's quite, you know, many researchers can develop the technology, innovation, whatever it is, for the resilience to the disaster. But the important thing, Ibu Harkunti highlight, how to communicate, how to use the technology, early warning system, particularly in the remote or vulnerable communities. And the second one, how this technology innovation can be beneficial to all, including the disabilities, including the marginalized communities, and in the remote area. So we are going to discuss more about that, but thank you, Ibu Harkunti. So the next presenter will be Pak Eric. Pak Eric is the Senior Regional Program Manager and Advisor on Disaster Risk Management at the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation based in Bangkok. So his recent work focuses on resilience strategies and using remote sensing and GIS for development, climate adaptation, and disaster risk management. He has collaborated with the civil protection authorities in Europe and emergency planners in Asia, bringing the wealth experience in disaster response. So, Pak Eric, 10 minutes for you to present your presentation.
Thank you very much. Very honored to be here today. I need to get the slides up on the screen, please. So if we could begin with slide number 1. Thank you. So basically, we should have been 2 people here today, but because of Typhoon Yagi in Vietnam, my co-presenter decided to leave in I think 2 hours ago actually. And in a way it was good because it gives a bit more time for me to elaborate on some of the things we do at the regional level. So I will try to explain a little bit more about what we are doing in order to look at Southeast Asia in a different way and the opportunities it opens up for Switzerland. But why are we doing this? The first answer is that, say, for Switzerland, digitalization is part of our international cooperation strategy. The reason why we are focusing on new technologies and digitalization is because we believe we can get better development outcomes. We can actually provide more effective assistance, and we can also at the same time enhance efficiency, coming up with more targeted solutions, and thereby making better use of our scarce funding we have for development assistance. We actually, with this, also try to bridge the digital divide and bring good practices from Switzerland to Southeast Asia and here to Indonesia. You will see there are several of the Swiss companies out in the exhibition, and this is some of the good products we have here. And I think from the development agency that I represent, it's really about how do we sort of make the best out of the private sector experience, making it affordable and bring it into the development discourse. We feel also that one of the reasons for many years now we have been struggling sometimes to scale up disaster risk reduction and climate projects, and we gave targeted assistance in small confined areas. We believe now, in line with what we heard from our presenter before, we need to scale up dramatically, and we see that, say, data, especially geospatial data, is critical in order to do that. Those of us who have been involved in disaster risk reduction for a number of years will notice the evolution we have seen in the understanding of risk. We have gone from a concept of risk that was the sum of probability and intensity to another formula that we now embrace, basically say risk is a combination of hazards, exposure, vulnerabilities. By doing that, we have changed the perspective on disaster risk from something external to something internal, and that is the reason why it becomes very important from a development perspective, because how we do development really matters, how we construct our houses, how we do our urban planning, and that's why the whole thing has become more exciting and more complex. There's another thing that has also changed. Apart from going from an external view on disaster risk, we have also seen that geospatial data has really gained a foothold everywhere in our life. We look at our smartphones, we see there are several applications, we all have Google Maps, etc. And we are convinced that, say, bringing in this geospatial dimension will actually enhance our way of doing disaster risk reduction. Here's an example of how we have changed the approach to overlaying data. And it's not so long ago. The first photo you see is from Southern Europe, and I think it's like 10 years ago, where we were working with civil defense in a country in ex-Yugoslavia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and there you would see that we were doing that overlay of data manually. What we of course are doing now is we are using the GIS technology, and that had opened up enormous potential for us in terms of coming up with better targeting. Also related to health, as our first presenter explained, looking at links between climate and malaria, and also looking especially at inclusivity in relation to early warning systems. The beauty of it is that a lot of these things are available online free of cost. And that is something, especially from Switzerland, we believe is important, because a lot of the countries we work in cannot afford to go and buy commercial software and come up with commercial solutions. So we, along with other big multilateral and also bilateral donors, are supporting what we call the open data movement, and we are lining up behind free software such as QDIS, and the products that I'm going to show you here are all developed by use of that software. Basically, the message is anyone who invests a bit of time can actually come up with fantastic data that we didn't have available 10 years ago. And that data is also now trickling into the humanitarian sector and definitely also into the development sector. What we did basically was, before in our regional office, we used to look and work at, say, 10 countries, ASEAN country, and also Timor-Leste, so 11 countries. And in order to target our investment, we would look at where did we have the poorest development indicators, and we would go in these countries. But we thought intuitively it doesn't make sense to compare, say, Singapore and Indonesia, both in terms of population, in terms of the spatial extent of these two examples. So what we did was we basically deconstructed the 11 countries into some 800 subnational units, and then we started looking at what was the development and disaster indicator that came out of that effort. And that gave us a whole new impression of the region we live in, and it has helped us also to target our interventions better. What's very interesting from an Indonesian perspective is, if you look at Southeast Asia and you move down to a lower administrative level, then actually 500 out of 800 of these administrative units are in Indonesia, and thereby reflecting how important and how big this country is. Of course, no data is flawless. Sometimes we use observed data. We believe it is quite reliable. Sometimes we use model data. We have a feeling it's not as reliable as it should be. And this also raises the question of, how far can we actually use this data? So what we did is we have produced all these maps. We happily share them with governments, with development partners, and with people at risk. And then we seek their feedback in order to understand, are these maps actually representative of ground experience, or is it something we shouldn't be or couldn't use? Sometimes you could say the challenge is that the data is so readily available nowadays. It doesn't take long time to get the data. And that is good in terms of creating awareness, but the risk is that we are not sure it is valid, it's reliable. And this validation process is what we are working on now And this is basically how we are spending a lot of our efforts in order to scale up disaster risk reduction and our approaches. I mentioned Typhoon Yagi. It has been our mind in the region the last few days. And one of the reasons we have got good data on it that we didn't have 10 years ago is that now we have got remote sensing of approaching hazards. So when it comes to tsunamis, we already know 2 or 3 days in advance how many people are likely to be affected. And that also creates new opportunities for us in terms of being on the spot, in terms of responding proactively. We are using it also in relation to early warning systems, not so much in relation to the tsunami approach, but more in terms of flooding. And here again, we are trying to bring in various flood data sets and compare them with, say, ground data and find out, is it something that's helpful or not? We have done it up to now, I think, in 8 countries around the world, and I must say that actually, in general, the feedback we get from NDMAs is quite encouraging, showing that this is really something we should focus on. We have also got the opportunity to turn our maps into 3-dimensional data, and again, without spending money on it, but simply by using the technological means that are available out on the internet and in the cloud. And this is something that helps in our risk communication, and it relates very much to the effort that we heard from the early warning systems in tsunami. How do we get out the last mile? How do we reach the key beneficiaries? The last thing, the most innovative thing we have tried now is that we have taken local language models, and we are basically have a company in Switzerland that has made a plugin to ChatGPT. And instead of people spending a lot of time on developing maps on GIS, we are exploring now whether we can come up with a word prompt that could, say, trigger the geospatial data that we need for our development and disaster management approaches. So this is something we are working on right now. We are trying to see, is it possible to go that far? Is it possible to use AI and ChatGPT in order to come up with reliable geospatial data? We also have programs with the Asia Disaster Preparedness Center in order also to get their data and check what are the limitations of the use of it. To conclude, we believe very much that there are huge potentials in using new technology, in using the methodologies and the techniques that, say, digitalization offers. And we are fully behind the open data movement, saying that whatever we have of data should be available free of cost and for the beneficiaries and for the people who are at risk. We believe also that it will help us in that sense that actually in disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management, we have got better data than we have in the climate discussion. So we believe we should use the disaster risk data, the probabilistic risk assessment, as the baseline for what we do when we deal with climate data. So this is some way we also trying to get a more future-oriented risk profile of the region, and it's a way we try to integrate climate change. And then what's also important, because sometimes there is a bit of a mismatch between the beautiful data we have on natural hazards and climate and the poor data we have on socioeconomic measures. So we need to all of us always remember that, you know, the natural hazard and the climate side is only part of the equation. It's very important that we also address vulnerability and exposure, as also highlighted by other presenters. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Eric, for a very nice presentation. Applause for him. So, Pak Eric, I call you Pak Eric because you are in Indonesia, yeah? Pak Eric, you highlight the using of digitalization and new technologies to advance sustainable resilience. So you more advanced as well, how to get the data from open source than other source material that can be used to use for the mitigating and adapting of the disaster in Asia as well. So I will come up with another discussion with you to deep more about your topic. So last but not least, I'm invite the Dr. Nuraini Rahma Hanifa. He's, I think, the youngest presenters here compared to us. Give up her applause for that. She's a young researcher at the Research Center for Geological Disaster under BRIN, Indonesia Research and Innovation Agency, where she coordinates the Geohazard Risk and Resilience Research Group. She holds a degree from ITB Bandung, the same with Bu Harkunti and Pak Hamam as well, and a Doctor of Science from Nagoya University, Japan. Dr. Hanifa founded the You Inspire Alliance, a platform for young professionals focused on the science and innovation for disaster resilience. So 10 minutes for your presentation, Dr. Hanifa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dudi, moderator. Mohon izin Pak Hamam, Bu Harkunti. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much and allow me to stand here representing the National Research and Innovation Agency. Attending in the forum also the head chairman of Research Center for Organization of Earth Sciences and Maritime, Professor Oki Karna Rajasa. Mohon izin Pak to share about the role of BRIN in strengthening disaster preparedness through science, technology, and innovation. So while we understand that the trend of disaster is increasing, an important ingredient in building disaster risk reduction and sustainable resilience, as mentioned in earlier sessions, is utilizing and fostering science, engineering, technology, and innovation for disaster risk reduction and resilience. Indonesia is part of the Asia-Pacific region as among the most dynamic, innovative, and fast-growing regions in the world, is playing an important role in advancing the target set by the 2030 agenda and also by our national 2045 Indonesia Emas agenda as to confirm the commitment and also regional cooperation. On the other hand, the Asia-Pacific and Indonesia is also the most populated countries, regions in the region. So the progressive development in the region also embedded a very social complexities that lead to increasing vulnerabilities coupled with known and unknown hazard that not only correspond to territorial borders. So we are looking at unimagined disaster risk as a collective cause. As Indonesia is actively advocating for sustainable resilience since GPDRR 2022 in Bali. This requires a multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary approach and also multi-stakeholder collaboration, which is the opportunity within the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. Aligning with the vision mission of Indonesia and BRIN to the global effort for the SDGs, SFDRR, climate change adaptation, UN Decade for Ocean Science, BRIN envision to realize a reliable, professional, innovative national research and innovation agency that has an integrity in serving the President and Vice President and to realize its mission to advance Indonesia towards sovereignty, independent, and has personality based on mutual cooperation. Currently, under BRIN, we have 85 research centers on various disciplines, from hard sciences to soft sciences, economic sciences, that enable a more fluid transdisciplinary collaboration approach. So here, for example, we have at least more than hundreds of researches on disaster, including disaster on hazard studies, risk studies, mitigation, AI modeling, early warning system, social studies, and also the governance studies. Some of its examples from understanding geohazard risk, also climate hazard risk, early warning system, infrastructure, and resilience. Among of few is how we research about the geological hazard in terms of earthquake sources, volcano hazard, landslides, tsunami, but also in particularly how we collect, we contribute together with the government here with the Ministry of Public Work and Housing in collecting all the new information that we obtained from the earthquake sciences to provide an updating national earthquake source and hazard map that we are currently preparing for the launching in 2024. We are also developing a new observatory system, which is the first system in Indonesia in above an active fault that we are monitoring 24-hour using seismometer and geodesy to protect the city very near to the fault. We call it Lembang Fault Observatory. It's, our vision is to leverage Lembang Fault Observatory into Java Network Observatory because Java is the most populated island in Indonesia. We also develop currently a new research on the development of end-to-end earthquake early warning and response systems together with Japan counterpart funded by SATREP's program. It will be started 2025 until 2029. We are developing an Indonesia volcano hazard assessment toward volcano hazard and understanding better risk in Indonesia. We have 127 volcanoes and we are developing this INA VHA to collect the database. On the other early warning system, we developed landslide monitoring system using Wiseline. We are located in near Lembang Faults and also near Cianjur. We had an earthquake in 2022 that also caused the landslide. So we are trying to develop how to have a warning system for landslide induced by earthquake. We also developed, together with the Ministry of Fishery, a low-cost tsunami observation. We call it PUMA or IDSL, that is currently installed in several locations in the coastal of Indonesia. And we are using new technologies such as satellites and UAV to understand the disaster impact rapidly in collaboration with many stakeholders, but also to understand the better risk. And we are working with the Asia Pacific Network Global Change Research to enhance the coastal risk reduction by considering climate, ecosystem, and communities in the tropical region. We use GeoAI for landslide sustainability mapping to understand better and to utilize big data and GeoAI technology. And the other research center is also developing research on resistant infrastructure. This is some of the few examples that is undergoing with BRIN. And we are, for example, if we take a case of the Megatrust earthquake, which is currently really highlighted in Indonesia, we are currently updating in our update map of 2024. The basis is from the science. So many BRIN and universities produce science, but then from this science, we transfer into how this can be utilized by the ministries, the agencies. So we provide one national hazard map, and this will be updated. But we also try to produce other form of visualization, such as obtaining the 3D model and also developing the virtual reality, so it will be easier for local government and communities, public to understand and to imagine what could be visualized. We are using technology such as the GPS geodetic, drone, GIS, 3D mapping, both topographical and bathymetry, and also we are working with the community. For example, in building the village resilience and also the tsunami ready program in the south coast of Java and other provinces. So the other opportunity that is provided by BRIN toward BRIN open resources that can be accessible toward collaboration. We have a program management talent management consists of postdoctoral, visiting researchers, also internship that is open to also our international colleague. We have ELSA, which provide the research facilities that can be utilized together. We also have a scholarship for master and PhD under the scheme of By Research. We have several research scheme funding, such as in-house research program for disaster risk reduction, research innovation for advanced Indonesia, and also research-based startup funding. So this startup is also a very good opportunity. We have friend here that is nurtured by BRIN under the startup Fly for Humanity initiative, for example, utilizing drone for humanity purposes. Not but not least, how can we foster collaboration among scientists, technologists, policymakers, and communities? We need to invest in building seeds for sustainable resilience by nurturing the young people. We take example of the successful partnership and collaborative initiatives from the first to the third international workshop of youth and young professionals in science, engineering, technology, and innovation for disaster and climate resilience. The first was hosted in 2018 by LIPI, and the third was hosted by BRIN. We have around 100 youth and young professionals participants from 40 countries in collaboration with about 26 organizations from the UN, international agency, government, university, and private sectors. And this leads to the establishment of a network in 2018 that is still growing, so-called the You Inspire Alliance, which is a network of youth and young professionals that is nurtured by LIPI and BPPT, now BRIN, UNESCO, UNDRR, and also others. We see that this partnership has allowed sharing of expertise between UN experts, top researchers, with youth and young professionals, including gaining new skills, for example, on the future literacy. This friendship continues beyond the workshop. So we learn from each other in each country, and some new project is also started between the young people. For example, You Inspire Indonesia is working with UNESCO, UNDP, national government, universities, communities in organizing a DRR Hackathon Festival, disaster drone mapping, assessing tsunami readiness in local level. In Malaysia, You Inspire Malaysia is working with UNICEF to empower and strengthen awareness of climate change and disaster risk reduction among the children and youth. In India, You Inspire India is collaborating with their NDMA in disaster and culture and heritage management. And so through this kind of activity, we are spreading and building seeds for sustainable resilience toward fostering interdisciplinary collaboration. This needs to be continued and be enhanced. So BRIN has a big potential as a producer of science, development of technology, as well as innovation. There are, of course, many challenges as well as a big body, yet we have the modalities to utilize this institution toward working together for sustainable resilience. First, we need to increase investment and resources on resource mobilization on science, technology, and innovation for disaster risk reduction and resilience. Currently, the funding for research is only 0.04% from the GDP, so we definitely need more partnership and resource mobilization to make this happen. Second, harnessing multi-stakeholders and multidisciplinary transboundary collaboration for technology transfer, resources and knowledge to enhance capacity and data accessibility, effectiveness and efficiency of disaster risk management and resilience. The third is strengthening the regional, national, and international research and innovation network, because disaster issues have no boundaries. And for this, also need to empower youth and young scientists, young professionals in a gender and inclusively balanced manner as a vehicle for regeneration. Fourth is fostering science diplomat, science-based policy and action, and industrialization of disaster technology, including encouraging self-provision for technology and its long-term development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanifa. Please give applause to her. Thank you for the excellent presentation. Dr. Hanifa highlighted some the important things in the development of research, science, and technologies. She explained about the role of BRIN. BRIN at the moment has 9,000 researchers from different expertise, and Dr. Hanif already explained what kind of we have 12 research organizations and more than 100 research centers. One of them is doing research in the disaster and also develop the many technologies that can be used for the sustainable resilience. Dr. Hanifa also highlight the importance of the collaboration, because she said that the budget is already quite low for the research. As you know, how to develop the research ecosystem, we need at least 4 things. The first one is the important thing is about the human resources, that like this, the young researchers. The second one is the availability of infrastructure of the research. And the third one is about funding scheme. And the fourth one, that's the collaboration is very important for the research and development in resilient, sustainable resilience. So, because of the time, actually the second round is I will ask the speakers, but for the time it's only 10 minutes left. So, I would like to let's open the floor for the question from the audience. Please raise your hand if you have a question, and wait, the microphone will be come to you. State your name and affiliation before you asking the question. If from the audience, maybe from this side, the center, yes, please.
Baik, Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Sebelumnya mohon izin pakai bahasa Indonesia.
Oh silakan, silakan, tidak apa-apa ya. Silakan Mas.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Bagas. Menarik sekali terkait pembahasan siang hari ini ya, berkaitan dengan inovasi dan juga ilmu pengetahuan yang semoga menambah wawasan untuk kita semua dan insya Allah memberikan kebermanfaatan untuk kita semua. Nah, menarik sekali, memang ini sesuai dengan tujuan penanggulangan bencana di Indonesia, yang mana sesuai dengan Undang-Undang Dasar 1945, yang mana melindungi segenap bangsa Indonesia dan seluruh tumpah darah Indonesia. Nah, dengan pendekatan berbagai inovasi, teknologi maupun pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan. Memang banyak sekali tantangan ya, baik itu saya yakin data juga kadang-kala berbeda, ada nggak sinkron gitu satu sama lain. Terus juga penerjemahan ke masyarakat saya yakin juga belum menyeluruh. Ini menjadi tantangan karena di Indonesia sendiri kita tahu masih banyak daerah-daerah yang belum terjangkau dengan akses teknologi. Nah, itu menjadi PR juga. Nah, saya juga ini meminta pandangan sih dengan tadi berbagai aplikasi-aplikasi ya yang dimunculkan, inovasi-inovasi, baiknya apakah lebih baik dijadikan satu aplikasi atau tetap berdiri sendiri-sendiri dengan masing-masing aplikasi-aplikasinya gitu. Itu pertama. Yang kedua, bagaimana mengelaborasikan dengan kearifan lokal yang ada di Indonesia. Karena kita sendiri dengan berbagai suku, budaya, bahasa, yang mana dengan bahasa teknologi pun kalau dibawa contohnya aja ke Madura aja, mereka nggak paham. Mereka paham dengan bahasa Maduranya gitu. Nah, menerjemahkan inovasi ini ke kearifan lokal mereka itu seperti apa? Demikian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Mas Gagas. We have 2 questions from him. Maybe Pak Hamam and Pak Eric can answer the question. The first one is about the technology application. Is it better to use only one application for all things can be used, or different application for the mitigating or adapting the disaster?
Thank you very much for the question. And I think, on the more theoretical level, yes, it would be fantastic if we could come up with one application that everyone sort of lined up behind. I think from my limited experience on working on even flood early warning systems, it's very, very difficult just to establish a flood early warning system in a country with different river basins, different technologies, different donors, different funding horizons. So I think, it would be a good idea, I would say, and there are many attempts to come up with one integrated solution. But I think we have to be realistic and maybe at this stage encourage innovation and live with the ambivalence and live with the 100 different approaches that are out there. It is not as easy as having one approach, But on the other hand, we are in a time where we see innovation, exploration all over. And in order to encourage that, I would say, let's live with the uncertainty and maybe not be too ambitious. Last comment on that is on early warning systems. We heard before that there was ambitions also to have multi-hazard early warning systems. And in my understanding from the field, I can tell you that even having a flood early warning system is problematic. So when we talk of multi-hazard early warning systems, we also have to be realistic. We have to be sure that we get the different sciences behind that one system. And practical experience from several Mekong countries tell me that it is not as easy as we would like it to be. So I hope this will be an answer for you. I really appreciate your idea and your vision of coming up with an integrated solution. Maybe it's feasible in Indonesia, but I think at the regional level, certainly not, unfortunately.
Pak Hamam?
Yeah, I think I'm very sure that we have actually the technology to integrate all these applications. Coming from the past experience where we built a tsunami early warning system, the Indonesia tsunami early warning system. Basically, we use so many sensors, whether it is coming from for the earthquake sensors coming from BMKG, or from the buoy tsunami and cable-based tsunami methods, just like what we did together with Ibu Harkunti, BPBT at that time, Pak Dudi. So that one is also another sensor for tsunami. And BIG, basically the Geospatial Information Agency, is responsible to give this early warning coming from the tide gauge, yeah, sensor pasang surut. So we want to combine all this sensor into one, not monolithic system, but the system which is interoperable between this agency, just to focus on one actually hazard, that is tsunami early warning system. So if we are going to go, even larger into the multi-hazard early warning system, I think it is most suitable to do the integration at the supra level, and then bring this down and distribute the responsibility of implementation into various agencies or units that will, bring up all the sensors in the bottom-up approach towards the national or the command center of the early warning system. That's my take on your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Hamam. So the second question is how to, disseminate technology, innovation technology to the people. As we know, we have many type of the people, and we have, kearifan local wisdom, and how to introduce the technology to different tribe, different people, different, background. I think Dr. Harkunti has an experience, also Dr. Hanifa, how to disseminate the technology, especially in the young generation, can be accepted by different type of, people in Indonesia. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to use the opportunity to respond to Pak Bagas, as well as Pak Johannes from BPBD, because the question actually almost similar, BPBD Maluku. Actually, that the diversity of Indonesia situation from Aceh, Sabang until Merauke. I'm still using this geography, Pak. Then its variety is very huge. The condition of the infrastructure, especially on the communication infrastructure, is really a huge gap. But remember, in this past 4 years, when we have pandemic, everybody has been using the smart communication for education. Before we have those gaps, use gap on the community. Not everybody in the rural area or in the remote area can use the smartphone. But during the pandemic, everybody has been forced to use the smartphone. At least they're not gaptek anymore, yeah? They're not gaptek anymore. So, that we have to remember, the situation of the internet infrastructure in Indonesia is so varied. But for the warning system itself, we use the robust system. Robust system meaning like on the upstream has been mentioned by Pak Hamam before that multi-stakeholder should be involved. But on the downstream itself, the robust system should be there. The technology we have to anticipate in the worst case scenario. For example, during Padang earthquake, the tsunami has not occurred, but all the communication was down because all the BTS was collapsed. But we have to understand about this situation. I agree with you. We are talking about the technology. Local wisdom is also technology in the era. But some still maintaining until today the local wisdom become our wisdom. So combining the current technology, the low cost, the sophisticated cost, whatever technology with the local wisdom, one of the approach to build the robust system. So whatever detecting on the underneath the sea and then disseminate, but we need the multi mode of the communication system. So hopefully it will answer about this, and I believe also there is a lot of research to think about how we can fill the gap if there is no internet function there. A lot of technology, for example, you can use Raspberry Pi for temporary communication. You can use, I don't want to mention this, a lot of this technology has been in the market. So hopefully BPBD and all the people can, especially led by BNPB, the technology for communication is very important, especially on the disseminating the warning. So this is my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hanifa?
Thank you very much. This is a difficult question. Maybe on another perspective, how far technology that has been developed contribute to the loss of reduction and casualty. Maybe I will take an example from earthquake-resistant building technology, for example. Like if we are not investing in building resistant building and infrastructure, that will be a lot of a massive damage on infrastructure and causing a lot of casualty during earthquake. But investing in resistant building technology, not only the modern technology, but also including the traditional technology for traditional houses, is actually investing in reducing the damage, casualty, and also economic loss. And on the gap between DRR policy and DRR technology to the lower level, or maybe to the community, I think we need to be also include participatory development. So what resources already exist, how far the community or the local already understand, what do they need. So when we are building something participatory, we will understand what kind of technology that they can access and also that they need, and also providing the capacity for the local so that the technology can be closer to the community or the people that need. That's for me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Hanifa. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and speakers, I think we have come to the end of our seminar discussion for today in the strengthening the disaster preparedness through science, technology, and innovation. I hope you enjoyed this session and gain some valuable insight, knowledge, and from distinguished speakers. Before we close that, I would like to little bit summarize about the main points that already brought by all the speakers. Dr. Hamam, Professor Hamam mentioned about the artificial intelligence, and it's useful for increasing the sustainable resilience, especially in mitigating and adapting. And Dr. Harkunti also mentioned about how the technology can be reach the last miles area, including disabilities and people in different area, and people should be get the benefit from the technology. And Pa Eric mentioned about the using digitalization and new technologies to advance the sustainable resilience in ASEAN. He already mentioned about some examples. And Dr. Hanifa mentioned about the importance of research, innovation, and technology that can be developed in Indonesia. We have the already research and innovation agency that can be used as the facilities, funding scheme, infrastructure, and also human resources that can be used how to improve the science, innovation, and technology that can be used for to strengthen the disaster preparedness through the science, technology, and innovation. So I would like to thank you to all speakers once again. Thank you very much for your time and expertise. Let's give them a big round of applause for them. And I would like also to thank the organizer and sponsor for this seminar. And finally, I would like to thank you to all of you, dear my friends, for joining us today. And I hope you learned something new and useful from this seminar. Thank you very much and have a great day. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, moderator, and also all the speakers. That was very impressive. Let's give a round of applause once again. And please remain on stage because we're going to give a token of appreciation. Will be presented by Mr. Kanjeng Pangeran Notonegoro. I would like to invite to the stage the lead advisor for regional program of Siap Siaga program, an Indonesian-Australian partnership on disaster management. Please come forward in front of the table, sir. Yes. The first certificate will be presented to the moderator, Dr. Insinyur Dudi Iskandar, M4SC IPU. Let's take a photo. I will count. Yes, okay. And the next one is to Professor Hamam Riza. I'll count it 3, 2, 1. Thank you. And the next one is for Mr. Eric Jargard. Thank you so much, sir, for your knowledge and insight that you have bring to the session. And the next one is for Miss Harkuntipe Rahayu, PhD. Thank you so much, Ibu, for sharing in the session. And the last one is for Dr. Nuraini Rahma Hanifa, STMT. Thank you very much. The last one is the photo session, another photo session with all the speakers, the moderator, and also Mr. Kanjeng Pangeran Notonegoro. I will count in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause for our remarkable moderator and speaker for this session. You may now return back to your seats. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was session 4, the second session of today and the fourth session of the forum since yesterday. And we still have another event coming up. We still have the 5th session after this. And I hope you're still awake and still refreshed because we still have a series of events coming up today. And for the 5th session, there will be a case studies showcase. The showcase will have the theme Building Resilient Infrastructure, ladies and gentlemen. And the session will be moderated by Dr. Udrecht, SAMSC, and we'll have 4 speakers, Mr. Maxim Pashkov, Mr. Hiroyuki Yamamoto, Mr. Bill Marsden, and Ms. Julian Teja, and also Insinyur Diana Kusumastuti, MT. And before we begin the 5th session, I would like to inform that we still have several agenda coming up today. So make sure you stay until the end of the event. And there will be a closing ceremony also today. So make sure you won't miss it. And ladies and gentlemen, let me read a bit about the moderator for the next session. The moderator is Dr. Udrech SAMSC, the Director of Disaster Risk Mapping and Evaluation, National Disaster Management Authority, or BNPB. Dr. Udrech has more than 25 years experience as a researcher at the Assessment and Application of Technology Agency, or BPPT, and now is a part of the National Agency for Research and Innovation, or BRIN. Dr. Udrech holds a bachelor degree in physics from the 10 November Institute of Technology and of Financial Management from University of Indonesia. He has received his master and PhD degree from the Earth and Planetary Science Department, University of Tokyo, Japan. Throughout his nearly 30 years professional experience, Dr. Udrech has been appointed to take several strategic positions, including as Chief of Nusantara Earth Observation Network and the Head of Disaster Mitigation Technology Division of BPPT, Coordinator of Wireless Sensor Network. And Dr. Udrech is also the Head of Disaster Mitigation Technology Division of BPPT, Coordinator of Wireless Sensor Network System, Team Leader of Land and Marine Survey Investigation of Palu Earthquake, and Project Leader of Tsunami Early Warning System of Sunda Strait. And ladies and gentlemen, so we will still waiting for the moderator and also the speakers. So please stay in the area of the ballroom because we still have so many sessions coming up, interesting session of course. We will also have a presentations after the session, after the 5th session there will be presentations and also a closing ceremony coming up. So while we're waiting for the next session, I would like to inform that this event is the second day of the event. So yesterday we have successfully concluded the opening ceremony and also the first day of the 3rd Asia Disaster Management and Civil Protection Expo and Conference 2024 and the 2nd Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024. And next one, we're gonna have the 5th session of the forum. And the session will be talking about case study showcase with the theme Building Resilience Infrastructure. The session will be moderated by Dr. Udrech SAMSC, the Director of Disaster Risk Mapping and Evaluation, National Disaster Management Authority, or BNPB. So without further ado, I believe that we are all ready for the next session. Are we all ready? Okay, so without further ado, maybe I would like to invite Dr. Udrech SAMSC to lead the 5th session. Please, Dr. Udrech, the floor is yours.
So, good afternoon, everybody. So, it is last but not least, so we come to the end of the 5th session for Global Forum for Disaster Risk Sustainable Resilience. So, I hope you still have enough energy to discuss because our topic, as you know, is also very, very interesting. It is something that now has become very hot topic. So, as MC has already mentioned about this, our topic for this showcase is about the building resilience infrastructure. So, without further ado, so I would like to invite all of our very distinguished speaker to the floor. So first, I would like to ask Pak Lutfi from the Ministry of Public Works. So Pak Lutfi, please come to this stage. Yes, please give a round of applause. And the second one to Mr. Hiroyuki Yamamoto from JICA. So please. Langsung aja Pak. Yeah, you can sit anywhere. Yeah. And the third one is Bill Marsden and Julian Teja. So please come to the floor, to the stage. And the last but not least is Pak Maxim, Mr. Maxim Perskov. So please come to the stage. Wow. So maybe you can sit over here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So our distinguished presenter is already on the stage. So firstly, I would like to read the short CV for all of our presenter. So first is Bapak Lutfi Faisal. So Bapak Lutfi Faisal is a special engineering now in Directorate of Settlement and Housing Engineering Development, Directorate General of Human Settlements, Ministry of Public Works and Housing, PUPR, and Deputy Chair of the National Earthquake Study Center, PUSGEN. Yeah, maybe everybody knows about the PUSGEN. It's very, very famous. And Pak Lutfi held a bachelor degree in civil engineering from the ITS, 10 November Institute of Technology. So we come from the same institute. He has a professional certificate for building engineer, level 9. So our second speaker is Mr. Hiroyuki Yamamoto. Yeah, is a JICA expert on the integrated water resource management policy. Previously, he worked for a Japan Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, where he was in charge of the river planning, river improvement, dam construction, river water quality improvement, and road improvements. He is currently in charge of JICA's project on rivers, dams, sabo, and coasts. He participated as a panelist in the Center of Excellence special season at the 10th World Water Forum in Bali, where he introduced JICA support for climate change measures and the activities of the Sabo Technical Center. He has over 15 years of experience in integrated water resources management policy in Japan and internationally. He holds a master's degree in civil engineering from Hiroshima University in Japan. And our third third presenters, it is first is Bill Marsden, joined Miyamoto in June 2023 to manage the USAID Kuat Urban Resilience Project in Jakarta. With over 15 years of experience in development and humanitarian work, he has held leadership roles in the Red Cross, Save the Children, and as an independent consultant. His notable projects include a leading disaster recovery effort in Aceh and Yogyakarta, securing about $5 million for disaster risk reduction in Indonesia, and creating popular disaster awareness TV dramas. He has also managed extensive programs across Africa, Europe, and the Middle East and Southeast Asia, focusing in case for protection initiatives. Outside of work, he volunteers with the Perpetual Ocean Foundation to improve coral reef resilience in North Sulawesi. And the second one is Pak Julian Teja, is the director of PT Miyamoto International Indonesia and engineering manager for the USAID BHA Kuat program. As a structural engineer and researcher, he focuses on advanced technology in construction, publishing papers on machine learning and automation. He has worked on a major project in various countries, including the Central Sulawesi, Port post-earthquake reconstruction, and you said BHA Advanced Program. Currently, he leads the Quad program on the engineering sector aimed to reducing disaster impact in Jakarta, Greater Jakarta. And the last one, Pak Maxim. Oh yeah, Pak Maxim, sorry. Is a global business developer with a master in engineering and executive master in sales and marketing. He has 15 years of experience in sales and marketing within the construction industry, spanning Europe, Asia, and the Americas. Over the course of his career, he has successfully launched more than 40 new B2B technology and construction products, demonstrating his expertise in influence in global market. So it is the short CV for all of the presenters. So now we will move to the second session to give all of our presenters a 10-minute presentation, starting from Mr. Lutfi. So Mr. Lutfi, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I am very glad to attend this meeting. But before that, without reducing our respect to all of you, to attend these discussions, allow me to represent and deliver of the topic from my Director General. So it is an honor and happiness to me personally, to have the valuable opportunity to be one of the speakers in this session, I think. But furthermore, allow me to take this opportunity to convey the PUPR efforts in reducing the risk of disaster hazard with the topic you can see in this slides, latest development in the Indonesia regulation for reliable and sustainable earthquake resistant building and infrastructures. Of course, this is very important for the every engineer and the government and other community for reference to this to be a reference to be for design and implementation when they will the build of the building and other infrastructures. So next slide, please. As you know, the Indonesia is located in a region with a geographical, geological, and hydrological and demographical condition. So it is become more give significant result in high disasters vulnerability. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, a very high risk must be faced if we possible treat with the hazard in the large loss impact. That is caused by the interaction between the level of exposure to a disaster and the community vulnerability in anticipating and understanding to all of the people and community, the government, and also the policy. These significant impacts, of course, we know very well, it's about a loss of life, the environmental damage, loss of the property, disruption of economic stability and national security, and other psychological impact. The most common type of disasters in the Indonesian regions is hydrometeorology and geological disaster. So with this expectation of the 2022, which saw a decrease, the number of series of disaster occurrence has increased between 2014 and 2023. We have 10 years, so that the disasters cannot decrease, always increase. So this is the data came from the BNPB disaster information and community data center, of course. The potential hazards, of course, this will give a risk of human life, that I already mentioned before. Mainly in the densely populated place, and the ever of the increasing rate of infrastructure development. So the geological and volcano pose a great threat to the human life than hydrometeorological disaster. Meanwhile, the extent of property loss resulting from the hydrometeorology disaster, including flood, drought, earthquake, and tsunami. Okay, next slide, please. I think this is to pass the slide. Please, before slide. Okay, so that's right. Thank you. The effort to overcome disaster threat are the main consideration to mitigate all implementation of earthquake-resistant infrastructure development. Please get to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So the earthquake-resistant infrastructure, it is very important to our engineer and the government, to realize, to implement it of the code, sorry. Okay. This is very important to our country, because the Indonesia area have a highest potential of tectonic earthquake that are very complex and active. To see this the map, we are already started to have the code starting from the 2016. This already developed. Until now, all the building in the Indonesian area, mainly, have tectonic plate, have the source of the earthquake. This is become attention or warning to our government to focusing on the preparation and preparedness action, become a prioritized before, so before the earthquake, this is very important. Then you are focusing after earthquake, and then of course we can control by using this map, by implementing this kind of the earthquake resistant design for not only for the building, this is very important also for the other infrastructure like bridge, dam, and others. So that I already mentioned before, this code has been ongoing applied in 1966, until now. The 200. So I cannot explain one by one from every year. I'm going to the Indonesian standards 2010. We are replaced by the 2017, become the Indonesian earthquake source and hazards map. You can see on the slide on the right of the bottom. This already created by the National Center for Earthquake Studies, or PUSGAN, which was established by our Minister of the Public Works, in 2016. PUSGAN is a unifying forum that brings together experts in earthquake, civil engineering, and scientists from a variety of fields. Pak Udre is one of the member, I think, 40%. That's right, yeah, Pak Udre. What kind of your working group you have? Okay. It's a member are from the ministers, yeah, the ministerial institutions, expert professional association, as well as we have also a collaboration with the international collaboration like USGS, yeah, Global Earthquake Model from Italy, and also from the Australian Nations University. So if you see in the map, the increase of the earthquake source is quite significant from 55, yeah, to 295. It is about 4 times, yeah, active fault, including the new parameter that were not previously defined, such as Palu Koro. Now, Palu Koro and Lombok, we will influence our code for another next years. This is to become for making 217 code. Next slide, please. Okay. I will inform you that this year we will have the new code, yeah, to revise of the standard earthquake code 2017. The preparation and the formulation of updating 2017 map, yeah, to become the 2024. We started 2021. We already have the new earthquake source, yeah, until now, but we still need time to process of seismic hazards analysis. Yeah. The updating of the earthquake source hazard map need to be done because, yeah, we have some significant earthquake event in the last 5 years. Yeah, after the 2017, yeah, we have a big earthquake like Palu earthquake. You know that is have occupations widely in the zones area at Palu, yeah, and many people die there. And Lombok earthquake, and then also another event of the earthquake belong to 5 last year. There is a new active fault source such as so. You don't worry, but Jakarta will have a new earthquake like Baribis Kendeng along of the north side of Java, yeah. And then also we have also care about the source in the national capital region like IKN. And the third is there is an addition of the number of seismic sessions, yeah, from the BNPB. Therefore, the number of subduction earthquake source is not too significant. It means we will have some issue about the mega thrust. Yeah, it is like like of the subduction. Yeah, but the number is not increasing significantly compared to the new active fault in Indonesia that will be released into 2024 from 399, yeah, this is more higher than 272 active fault in 2017. And then there is 252 active fault in 2010. So you don't worry about that because this is just a parameter, and then we analyze this, become the seismicity, and then it is become a new standard to arrange the design, become the reference of the engineer, civil engineers. Yeah. In addition, also the Indonesian earthquake compilation catalog from 1900 to 2024 has also been updating with data collected from the various international institutions, where the number of the compiled earthquake event increased from about the 60,000 in 2017 become 100,000 in 2024. Next slide, please. So the application of the earthquake resistance standards always update continuously to anticipate the development in structural and construction technology, yeah, and to increase of the earthquake hazard. Those standards have been widely used as a prescriptive design procedure for the new building and infrastructures. Nevertheless, that the Indonesian national standard mentioned about still have the various of the obstacle and limitation, yeah, to the engineer. So this is related to the non-prescriptive building structures design procedures, such as the building with non-irregular structures, building with the isolated and the additional damper. This is not yet very clearly explained in our new standard SNI 2017 for design. To overcome the above, it has been followed up by preparing and formulating several new regulations like spectral response application websites, procedure for selecting and modifying surface ground motion for design earthquake resistant building, yeah. And then next, seismic hazard diaggregation map for design and evaluation of the earthquake resistant infrastructure in Indonesia. The seismic evaluation and rehabilitation for existing building, yeah, and the seismic evaluation and rehabilitation for the existing concrete building code and commentary, books and website platform for the selection and modification for ground motion for the evaluation. If you see in this slide, you know that before we are also always focused in the new, how to design of the new building. But no, because the source of the earthquake is increased, the building existing always increase to develop. We must be carefully with this the exhibit, because the load for the existing building applied for the building is very different if we compare with the new building, yeah. And then also the last is the procedure for designing earthquake resistant underground, yeah, infrastructures. For the next slide, I hope my time is still okay. This is the last slide. Observing the experience of the post-earthquakes event, the occurrence of the building collapse is generally caused by the failure of the technology, yeah. So that is not the optimal in implementing minimum requirement regarding aspect of design, operation, negligence, and deliberate structure of earthquake-resistant constructions. The second is for these reasons, I think more better we are change the paradigm how to build more better and more safer than before. Yeah, it is very important. Not only the government preparing the policy for the develop the standard and develop the standard, the people and other of the community must be care to this kind of the hazard of the earthquake. And no less important is the implementation of the earthquake resistant infrastructures must be carried out in online development, yeah, in disaster prone area, accompanied by socialization, education, and literacy to the community and civil engineer expert. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much, Pak Udre.
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Lutfi. So from Pak Lutfi presentation, we can see about the regulation strategy from PUPR, and also the conclusion that maybe one of the also the important thing is how we can education. So now we would like to move to the next presenter. So I will give the floor to Bapak Hiroyuki Yamamoto. So please, Yamamoto, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator Pak Udrek. Nama saya Yamamoto, JICA expert. Good afternoon, everyone. Selamat siang, selamat sore, bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu sekalian. So today, I'd like to introduce history and the future of Japanese Sabo technical cooperation in Indonesia. So please, next slide. So I am Yamamoto, JICA expert, and in charge of integrated water resources management. And I'm dispatched from EMIRIT, Ministry of Infrastructure in Japan. Please, next. So at first, Japan cooperated integrated water resource management in Indonesia from 1962, so more than 50 years. For example, Sabo Dam and river improvement and the dam construction and the coastal conservation and so on. Please, next. And even now, projects such as Jakarta flood control measures and the upgrading of the Stami Dam and the Bilibili Dam and volcanic Sabo project and the north coast of Java island are ongoing. Please, next. So today, in particularly, I would like to introduce about the Sabo cooperation. So the first Sabo expert was dispatched in 1970. And since then, Japan has cooperated on master plans, Sabo Dam at Mount Sumeru and Mount Merapi and STC. STC means Sabo Technical Center in Jakarta, and so on. Please, next. And technical cooperation has continued, especially with Sabo project on Mount Merapi in Yogyakarta, while supporting in the recovery from the eruption. Please, next. So in 1980, a basic plan for volcanic Sabo Mount Merapi was formulated, and based on this plan, about 250 Sabo dams have been constructed through the Indonesian national budget and 3 phases of yen loan project. So these Sabo dams have frequently stopped mudslide and protect people and property. Please, next. And this slide shows VSTC and STC. So VSTC means Volcanic Sabo Technical Center was established to train Sabo engineers in Indonesia in 1982. While VSTC has provided sufficient technology transfer with respect to volcanic Sabo technology. And the STC, Sabo Technical Center, was established in 1992 to further develop this technical cooperation, include not only volcanic, include landslide caused by non-volcanic. Please, next. And STC outputs are open course training is 1,500 participants in 8 sessions, and the Sabo technology courses courses, 111 participants in total, and the applied support technology course is 25 trainees, more than 6 months, and 3 domestic seminar and 2 international seminar were held. Please next. So Indonesia is a volcanic country similar to Japan. The knowledge gained from our cooperation with Indonesia has been fed back into many Japanese standards and guidelines, as well as into volcanic support project in Japan. For example, guideline for the development of support plan for volcanic eruption, emergency mitigation measures from Emirate. Please next. And this slide shows future, about the future. As for the future, JICA Indonesia office signed the MOU on Support Technical Center with PUPR in May 2024 in 10th World Water Forum in Bali. Together with PUPR, the plan is to strengthen STC and conduct training to many other countries. Please next. And this slide shows Mount Marapi in West Sumatra. Occurred a big eruption in December 2023 and followed by a flash flood in May 2024, which caused many victims. The Indonesian government has decided to build 59 support dams, and Japan is supporting the project. Please next. So, furthermore, new technologies such as open type support dams should be applied in Indonesia, like this picture. So, open type support dam can stop only big stone and trees, and water can be through to downstream. Please next. So that's all. Japan continues to support the building resilience infrastructure in Indonesia. Thank you for your kind attention. Terima kasih banyak.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Yamamoto. So we can see the improvement of the technology as well, and now I'm also working in Marapi, so I'm looking forward for the building of Salbo Dam. So we will move to the next presenter. So I would like to give the floor to Bapak Bill Marsden and also Pak Julian Teja. So the stage for yours.
Thank you, Pak Uktrek. Assalamualaikum, selamat siang, salam sejahtera kepada kita semua. Yang saya hormat teman-teman pemerintah Indonesia dan honorable guests. I've got to speak in English, haven't I? Yeah, sorry. I'll speak in English. Can everyone hear me? There's a lot of background noise. It's okay? Okay, thanks. I'll try not to shout. So Miyamoto is a global engineering company focusing on seismic hazard and seismic risk. We are building our experience by working in nearly every earthquake that happens in the world. While they remain almost impossible to predict, precisely the ring of fire, the pictures of the slides that you've seen and the presentations from Pat Lutfi have shown that there is a very real and present danger in Indonesia caused by the seismic situation. We work with countries in high earthquake risk, both before disasters. We also send people in to help when capacity is stretched after disasters, and we stay in the country working with government, local stakeholders to support the strengthening of systems and the raising of awareness of earthquake risk. So we can often stay in a country for several years after a major earthquake. In Indonesia, we started work after the Palu earthquake, and we brought a team of engineers to assess the schools on behalf of the government of Indonesia, making rapid assessments of which buildings could be used and which buildings would need retrofitting before they could be safely used again. That was a program supported by the World Bank. Now, obviously, we weren't working in Jakarta the last time there was an earthquake here. But historical record shows very clearly that there have been 3 significant seismic events in Indonesia. And what is most frightening is working together with our local partners, CRS and Wahana Visi, we undertook a baseline survey when we started the Kuat USAID-supported project in Greater Jakarta and found that only 8% of people living in Jakarta were aware there could be a significant earthquake in the city. It's a chilling observation that many countries don't respond before the unthinkable happens. It took Turkey a series of earthquakes before they completed the work that Pat Lutfi's just explained, the strengthening of the building code, the targeting of building more resilient infrastructure. And in effect now, Turkey is taking down dangerous towns and rebuilding safe cities. So here we can see in the 2 slides, the buildings shook. The power of the earthquake flowed through the building and the building remained intact, therefore not collapsing and not causing massive death. And that process, although it started many years ago, there were still 30,000 people died in the earthquake in Turkey, but if they hadn't started that process, it would have been a lot worse. Whole cities remained intact. And what was most amazing was bridges and roads were immediately operable. People could drive to the point of the disasters and start responding very quickly. So unfortunately, in other examples, countries haven't moved fast enough. The Sichuan earthquake in China caused the collapse of over 7,000 schools. Now there's 6,000 schools in Jakarta. It destroyed 7,000 schools. It killed over 5,000 people. And we just hope that Indonesia and the new government is going to prioritize the resilient infrastructure. And we're very happy to be working in Indonesia because Indonesia has invested significantly in understanding the hazard. As Pat Lutfi showed, the Pusat Studi Gempa Nasional is a powerhouse of multi-stakeholder cooperation, producing guidelines that will improve the safety of people living across Indonesia. Another example is the Department of Education, who have a secretariat dedicated to Safer School Program, or the Satuan Pendidikan Aman Bencana. It's a kewajiban, it's an essential component of school preparedness. Unfortunately, it's still under-resourced. And recently, we were working with the Provincial Disaster Management Office in Jakarta. We used the tool that Public Works recommends, the ASC 4117 assessment tool, on 24 schools. And only the one built in 2019 complied with the standard that was set. Julian's going to tell you a little bit more about the work we've been doing in Jakarta.
Yep, thanks, Bill. And last week, we worked with the Jakarta Disaster Management Office, the Office of Education, and Ministry of Religious Affairs, Jakarta Office, and undergraduate engineering students from Universitas Tarumanegara and also California Polytechnic. We completed an ASE 4117 Tier 1 assessment in 24 junior and high school, selected at random in central and eastern Jakarta. Here, land is a challenge, so most of the schools are built vertically between 2 and 4 stories. From this assessment, the older the buildings presented significant concerns, and a clear correlation increased number of deficiencies with the age. From this image, SMPN 49, the one building completed in 2019, had the essential as-built drawing that are missing in so many buildings that we have assessed. The school was well built and presented no deficiencies. The aphorism is not an earthquake that kills people, but is poorly constructed buildings. It's very relevant in Indonesia. In mid-2023, we conducted a building typology assessment of building of concern to communities in Jakarta, Kabupaten Bogor, and Kabupaten Tangerang. Cianjur, not is the norm, not an exception. Indonesia construction codes have been sequentially revised and now describe both ductility, detailing, and ground movement consideration. Tools for visualizing the impossible impact over a wet area, an approach for estimating possible casualties, damage, and loss perhaps a sub-district or a large town are essential to raise awareness and bring reality to contingency planning. Working across agencies to agree key message and approaches is also imperative. We are grateful for the willingness of the Jakarta Disaster Management Agency to invite all of agencies with a responsibility of earthquake. That is resulting in agreement between agencies of how to describe a single version of the truth, explaining a possible earthquake event in Jakarta. Today, colleagues from BNPB, BMKG, BRIN, ASDM, and BPBD DKI, and the membership of the Forum Disaster Risk Reduction in Jakarta are workshopping the message for posting on the Disaster Management Office website. This cooperation constantly needs to push against the tendency of each agency to work in their own world, ignoring the cross-cutting needs and capacities available if we can achieve a whole settlement partnership. The recent initiative of the National Disaster Management Board Directorate of Mitigation is to set up a mitigation working group is another example of where the Disaster Management Agency, despite being the smaller government agency, can use its mandate to convene and coordinate to achieve intersection cooperation. As the first presenter has described, as a new science is agreed, regulation needs updating. Indonesia to continue to invest to increase resiliency, including upgrading the new building codes and mapping earthquake hazards. From this slide, we can see how much progress is being made. However, the reality is that any building code sets a standard to be achieved. A country's vulnerability is the total building and housing stock that does not meet the quality required, and here, Indonesia is very vulnerable. While we don't know when an earthquake will happen, and we can always hope it won't be happen again here, we are very pleased that our colleagues in BMKG are leading the dialogue on the possible dimension of the Sunda Strait Megatrust event, and also a possible intra-strait event that could be even more catastrophic to Jakarta. It's very timely that National Center for Earthquake Studies is releasing the new atlas of earthquake faults as early as later this year. Indonesia is taking the journey to make everyone aware the earthquake hazard they live with. Jakarta is investing in encouraging individuals to take the personal responsibility to get themselves and their children prepared. Businesses, school, and place of the worship are starting to invest in an increased level of readiness.
Thanks, Julian. So most importantly, we're very happy to hear that the incoming government has made resilient infrastructure a key strategic intent. This must include acknowledging that buildings built before 2002 or between 2002 and 2019, especially if they were built of reinforced concrete, are probably at risk and should be assessed, and if needed, prioritized either for retrofitting or replacement. These difficult decisions need to start with a proper technical assessment. And we're very happy to hear that the Public Works Department have have adopted the ASC 4117 standard, the gold standard for engineering assessments of buildings worldwide. But with those adopting techniques, the requirement for as-built drawings, the requirement for full documentation of how buildings are built, not just how they were planned, the compliance component is an incredibly important part of it. Our most concern in Miyamoto is the need to plan for an improved dialogue with communities in Indonesia and in the cities of Indonesia, families living in high-density, low-cost housing, such as this, and in so many of the thriving urban communities in the Kelurahan, where communities are so much more complex, where communication between people living in the communities is so more difficult. With the relocation of the administrative capital to Nusantara, Jakarta is still the business center for Indonesia. 8-10 million people live and work here every day. To conclude, that our team, a small team from Miyamoto here in Indonesia, are very honored to be supported by the USAID Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance to work alongside our national counterparts with BMKG and BNPB, BRIN, and the Chamber of Commerce, and our provincial partners in Kabupaten Bogor, Kabupaten Tangerang, and Jakarta. Our mission is to try to help all of those agencies reduce the lives lost, the number of people injured, properties that will be damaged, and the overall social and economic disruption that will happen should a natural disaster of the sort we've been talking about so far happen in Greater Jakarta. This can only be done by boosting the capacity and the coordinated engagement to build resilience across Indonesia. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you very much. It is really interesting, and we can learn a lot from these three presenters. Now we will move to Pak Maxim. It is more maybe very live presentation. So please, stage to yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to stay here and present. It's an honor to stay here and later to stay in front of you, to share our experience, how we can build safe and resilient buildings. And I would like to talk about construction, the goals behind our building. To make the topic that we are going to discuss today a little bit narrow, and to show you how our company can help to solve such issues. Let me be on the same page as everyone here, and before start, I would like to group you in your childhood. I guess everybody remember when you had toys like this multicolored cubes, to play. And everybody wanted to play the highest tower or the highest wall. And finally, after 10, 15, or 20 cubes, the tower was falling down. And it was fine when we were kids, right? But we became adults, we got good education, and now if we see that some cubes, they are basically the real cubes. This is the real buildings, right? And if something falls down, it's really not funny. So, my colleagues as well also said that the resilient buildings, it's a very important topic to talk. So, in order to present the purpose, who we are, and let me show you something about our company. We are in the whole teaching business more than 20 years, and we are helping designers, architects, and builders to build high, thin, and strong walls.
So can we start the video?
Sorry for short interruption, so I guess now we'll try to solve it.
Di presentasi ini ada video yang harus diputar ya. Tolong dibantu untuk memutarkan. Bu Heni bisa dibantu, Bu?
I guess the other PowerPoint should be started with the videos inside. But maybe before the organizer just opening the new PowerPoint slide, let me maybe show you a couple of things what we have in this nice blue box.
Ah, okay. Sorry. Do you need help? Any help?
Oh, it's okay. So, before we launch some nice videos, just let me show you a couple of pieces of steel, right? That's what I keep in my hands. So this piece of steel, it's just a steel, but it is not just a steel, it's a lot of R&D and inventions behind all that. So we are providing the stiffeners solution. It's a modular system, it's like a green system, and sustainable one. So we are replacing traditional methods like reinforced concrete or black welded steel, providing more economic, environmentally friendly solutions to the market to have less carbon footprint when we build our buildings and build them safe. So let me take again the video what we want to. It works, I hope. No? Yeah, it was a video inside the presentation, so it's quite impressive to watch, and I would like to show it to you.
Mohon maaf ya Bapak dan Ibu sekalian.
Okay, maybe.
Ya. Just wait for a moment, please. If we cannot.
We can continue Q&A session, maybe with other, and then I will continue, and then you will be ready. Okay, that's all. Okay, just.
Is it okay for you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 16-15. Okay. Yeah. Now we are trying to solve the problem. So while solving the problem, so we will move to the next stage, question and answer. So I hope that we can solve the problem and you can make a demo. So okay, so we will move to the question and answer. So first of the question I would like to address to Pak Lutfi Faisal. So Pak Lutfi Faisal, for the existing building, especially for the public houses, is there any effort to assess their current condition right now?
Yeah, thank you very much. So before these questions, we already have some new regulation. Yeah, how to evaluate and retrofitting of the existing building. Not only the building, of course, including the another infrastructures. But this I already started to, this is first, yeah, because the code or the regulation is more important. Even that in the outside, in another country, they already have a code for that. But in Indonesia, we still refers to the code for the to design for the new building. So started on the 2021 that I already saw in the slide on the number 5 or 6. If you want to show it against, okay, please can show the slide number 5. So
okay. Yeah, okay, so please open Pak Lutfi PowerPoint first.
Why I
continue? Oh, okay.
So why I
tolong ganti dulu ke paparannya Pak Lutfi, tolong.
So Pak Udre,
Yeah,
why
okay.
we give more attention or focusing here? Because the hazards model every years increase. Yeah, that you saw in this slide. Yeah, and slide number 5 or number 5, I think. Please show that. Okay, next. Okay. So we have already started to prepare the framework, yeah, for the establishment of the Indonesian national standard. So what is the difference of the design of the new building and the existing building? First is the new building. We are already decided what kind of the performance, yeah, of the building. Like in our design, the structures must be concerned that the building can be damaged, but no collapse, because the earthquake we difficult. Not difficult, it's too high cost, yeah, highly cost if we build the building more stronger than the earthquake. So that's why the new building is easy, yeah, to setting what we will have the performance. Yeah. Generally in Indonesia, in the design, not only in Indonesia, in other country, we want that the building, for the general building, have the performance life safety, yeah, or the near of the collapse, yeah. The remaining of the strongs is only 1%. If you touch it little, become totally collapse, yeah. But except for the hospital, yeah, that is there is no collapse or no damage. Yeah. So that's why for the existing building, we do not know about what kind of the performance of this building. This is near collapse, or this is still have fully operational like hospital if they're facing with the strong earthquake. We don't know. And of course, there is a deficiency effect at the building during a lifetime. It means the load for the design, the earthquake load for the new building more higher compared to the existing building. So it is not fair if we use the load when we design the new building. Yeah. So that's why we must prepare this standard. Yeah. Like you see in the slide, yeah. The SNI 1726 is a standard for the new design. Yeah. And then for the existing building, yeah, we prepare about the standard with using not the response spectra, we using the ground motion. Yeah, the ground motion. This is very important to know the load can affect to the building. Yeah, and what kind of the performance when the load give to the building. So what kind of the standard we already prepare? First is procedure for the selecting and modifying. Sorry, it's very small word I saw here. Selecting for the modification surface ground motion. Yeah, it means for the design we only the peak ground analysis PGA that we are already saw the earthquake map before. Yeah. But only have a parameter like PGA. But for existing building, we need not only the PGA, we also need how much the magnitude and how much the distance from the earthquakes to the site when we will evaluate. So we already published the draft of the seismic hazard diaggregation. And then the map, now this is a kind of the earthquake load, number 3, yeah. For the designs, the new building, we use 2,500 year earthquake threatened period, yeah. But for the existing building, we use the load at 225 and 975. And then we already almost finished, yeah, to publish the seismic evaluation and rehabilitation for existing building, number 4 and 5. This is last week, I think, last month. We are already finally with the consensus with National Standard Agency, BSN. So I hope this year we will have the number. The legal number of the SNI. And then to make an easy, the engineers, yeah, if the engineer do from the started in 1 until 5, yeah, it is very difficult, and maybe some limited engineer can do that. We will already prepare the number 5 and number 6 that the engineer just using the platform for the selection and modification of the ground motion, yeah, for evaluation of the existing building. I think that's also why our effort, our engineers, yeah, in Indonesia to prepare. So this is become reference for the next implementation. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Lutfi, for the answer. Everyone, because now we have already solved the problem, so I would like to give again the stage to Pak Maxim, so please.
Thank you very much. Let me maybe skip the part what I already started, right? Just
Yeah.
go to the video what we just didn't manage to watch. Please turn on the sound.
Suaranya?
Sound, please. Okay, sound works now, so let me start again. Sorry for inconvenience.
Okay.
Stiflex is a global expert in the development and production of wall-stiffening frames and lintels, which enable the realization of the most elegant and ambitious architectural projects around the world. Stiflex is used in the construction of self-supporting walls and partitions made of bricks, blocks, panels, and drywall without any height or length limitations. In 2022, the company established an engineering center, a sales department, and launched the unique production of all system components. All of them are made from high-strength steel with 2 types of corrosion-resistant coatings to ensure high reliability of the structure and a service life of up to 50 years. The state-of-the-art, highly efficient, and advanced production facility is capable of producing a monthly output of frame elements for the construction of approximately 240,000 square meters of walls and partitions. The patented portfolio of components includes closed profiles with a wide range of cross-sections, connectors, fasteners, and lintels, which are delivered to the site ready for assembly without the need for cutting, painting, or welding. Our clients have already recognized the advantages of the Stiflex system and the professionalism of our team of experts, who are ready to provide support at any stage of design and construction.
They spend quite significant time and money for that invention and for R&D process. And finally, we managed to substitute inefficient process, I would say, when we had a lot of welding, bending, cutting operations from black steel into completely automatic production when we produce our elements very effectively. It helped us to redesign the structure itself, and now you see on the screen like when we can build the walls, it's non-structural walls, but it's quite important to make them strength and ensure that all openings, windows and doors will be functional properly in case of all loads applied on that. And the system itself, it's a modular system, so you don't need to cut, weld at the job site. So it can be assembled very easily like a Lego or with the sliders, and the speed of production is five times faster. Let me also summarize this in another video.
Architectural projects are becoming more ambitious, and building construction requires all participants to use more efficient technologies. One of the latest innovations is Stiflex. It is an easily assembled system of wall frames, stiffness, and lintels for constructing self-supporting walls and partitions from bricks, blocks, slabs, and plasterboard. The comprehensive Stiflex offering stands out favorably from existing solutions. Firstly, it is a quick assembly structure for any lengths and heights, which is erected 5 times faster, and this is without cutting, welding, and painting at the construction site. Secondly, Stiflex frames are 60% lighter, saving on logistics, installation, and reducing foundation load. Thirdly, Stiflex provides full engineering support and technical assistance from design to installation. The company complies with current regulations and has a range of highly effective solutions for seismic areas. The Stiflex system parameter structures allow optimizing wall thickness by up to 25% and increasing the usable area compared to standard solutions. The presence of stone wool elements where increased fire resistance parameters are required. Stiflex steel frames do not affect the sound insulation of the entire wall structure, and fire resistance can reach up to 240 minutes. The use of welded metal or reinforced concrete requires the customer to independently assemble all loads and design the nodes. Stiflex handles calculations and labor-intensive tasks, transforming them into ready-made solutions in BIM-CAD models with justifications and specifications. Stiflex solutions provided by company's engineers as turnkey solution. Budget estimation accuracy exceeds 90%. Stiflex steel frames are quickly and easily assembled like a construction set, even by untrained personnel. And the primary installation guarantees quality and transparency, ensuring effective construction supervision. Advanced Stiflex tech has proven in global construction and design of wide range of structures, from hotels and shopping centers to airports and metro systems.
Currently now we are already supplying and helping the designers and architects from all industries in the construction sphere, the commercial, residential segments, and also hotels, airports, and MRT. So let me show you a couple of projects what we already realized with our solutions. So it's quite iconic project in Singapore, like Marina Bay Resorts. You can see like where the big swimming pool, like a ship, placed on the top, where the 3 pillars, where it's hotels, casinos, and shopping malls are located, and all walls inside of this amazing building are supported by our solution. So those walls have no any problems, no cracks, and the developer of the project was, I would say, very happy just to use our solution at the end. Another project, it was a Changi Airport. It's a huge building, and many terminals are there. And now this airport is also growing, and many terminals are in the specification phase and designing phase now. And all walls are there also heat contains our solution. But the solution is hidden, so when you are in the airport, you don't see the solution. But be sure that the walls are safe enough to ensure their strengthness and stability, and nothing can happen with them. Let me, my colleagues before also said a lot about the seismic. Seismic is a dramatically important topic to talk right here. And we have solution how we can help to solve some issues when the walls can be collapsed. And if we take a look at the picture on the left side, and when it was event when in Indonesia many schools were destroyed by the seismic event, and just the walls were collapsed, but it looks like the building itself stay, but the walls are destroyed. And it can happen when the walls are wide enough or tall enough, and they have no any support to stay after such events. And our solution can help when the non-structural walls working together with the main structure properly. It means that in case of the in-store drift, the weight from the blocks or bricks in plane should not be transferred the weight with acceleration to the main structure. In case it happens, the main structure can be collapsed. At the same time, the wall should be strong enough to ensure that the outplane of loads will be kept by the properly designed wall ties. And in our portfolio, combination of wall ties is quite significant. And having the combination of their usage, we can ensure that the work and functionality of the walls will be properly done in case of the seismic event and in this collaboration and cooperation together with the main structure. As I said, the wall ties in that case is quite important to use them properly. And we added into our portfolio the portfolio of wall ties and made a lot of calculations and tests in order to be sure that the wall tie work properly and the loads from the wall, from the bricks and blocks will not be transferred to the main load, to the main structure. That's quite crucial to ensure that. And our target and the kids, our people who will be studying on the lessons at school, they should feel safe and comfort when they are doing that, and they shouldn't worry about that something can happen and they will not be able to evacuate from the building. So let me also show you another video where it will be explained how the structure works in case of seismic events.
Since ancient times, humanity has faced challenges related to seismic activity on Earth. People have learned to build structures that can withstand earthquakes. World-renowned institutions, companies, and engineers are developing new technologies to prevent human casualties and minimize damage. An important aspect of safety is the preservation not only of the load-bearing elements of buildings, but also the integrity of partitions and openings. This ensures the evacuation of people and valuables in the event of an earthquake. Stiflex is a seismic-resistant system that reliably ensures compliance with all construction standards and regulations in seismically active areas. The use of Stiflex allows for proper connection of partitions to the main frame of the building, while simultaneously making their movement in the plane of the wall independent, as prescribed by construction regulations. And openings with properly calculated frames remain accessible for the passage of people and rescue equipment. At the same time, Stiflex is a modular and quickly erected structure which provides significant savings in both construction time and cost. Completed projects demonstrate that construction can be carried out up to 5 times faster, utilizing 2 to 3 times fewer human resources, which are so crucial on the construction site. Qualified engineers from Stiflex will help select the optimal technical solution during the project documentation development stage, taking into account all project specifics, including requirements for sound insulation and fire resistance. All loads, including seismic ones, will be taken into account, and the estimate will be made accurately, considering all calculated and structural requirements of the standards. The Chief Installation Service on the construction site simplifies assembly and ensures its quality. No special equipment or tools will be required for installation. Even personnel with basic qualifications will be able to carry out the installation. Many construction companies around the world are already optimizing their budgets and achieving significant profits with Stiflex, while also saving lives and preventing damage during seismic activity. Stiflex is ready to become a reliable partner for you as well.
I just only showed you how the non-structural walls can be built properly. It's only the small part of the building, but this small part is very important to ensure that the building will be functional properly as it was designed. So in case of you have some questions or you want to touch the product itself, I warmly welcome you to our booth on Singaporean Pavilion, where we can talk in details about the product, about other solutions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, very interesting. So now we would like to continue to the question and answer. So first, thank you to Pak Lutfi for the first answer. But we will, because of the limited of time, so we will move to the next question to Mr. Yamamoto. So Mr. Yamamoto, from the long experience of building sabo dams, what lessons have been learned and what adjustment needed to be made? Thank you.
So volcanic eruption in Indonesia is very big scale, bigger than Japan. So we learned how to stop the huge materials, how to control the big amount of sediment we learned caused by volcanic. So it is very precious experience for Japanese government. And Indonesian people need bridge pass the river.
Yes.
So we adjust the design of the sabo dam. We can pass through the river. Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to move to the second question, especially when I checked to the sabo dam located in the Marapi. So a lot of border is already put in the sabo dam. So according to the your experience, how to manage that sabo dam?
Manage, yes.
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
At first, I think many sabo dam will be need in Indonesia because flash flood and landslide often occur in Indonesia. And so especially management of sabo dam. So if sabo dam catch the sediment, we have to remove the sediment to make a space to store sediment again. That is important thing to management sabo dam.
Okay, thank you. Because if we look at the sabo dam, so we can see a very big rock or border, so quite difficult to remove it. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. So I would like to move to Mr. Bill and Mr. Julian. So so from the general info, global knowledge include both developed and developing countries, with an emphasis on the educational aspect, not just a physical building of schools. I really agree with it one. So the question is, from handling more than 100 disasters, what programs are suitable for implementation in Indonesia?
Thank you. The question's very good, and I think Indonesia is already doing a lot. I think that we have to acknowledge that the work that Pat Ludwig and the team at Public Works have presented about making sure that the codes are fit for the environment. As we say, it's not the earthquakes that kill people, it's the badly built buildings. So with the codes keeping up to the seismic knowledge, that's a big step forward. The second thing I think is the quality of construction.
Quality of construction.
That one is still a lot of homework, to make people aware that to build a house costs money and not to cut corners on construction costs that result in buildings being significantly dangerous. Yeah. So that also the supervision of construction, the separation between the builders and the assessors to provide the quality assurance, separation of tasks, possibly the formation of an association or like the ASCE, but for Indonesia, setting up its own organization that is mandated with making sure that buildings are built according to design and then built, and the plans, as-built plan drawings are completed. Now, the third thing is location. Allowing buildings to be built in the wrong place is a recipe for disaster. The fourth thing, which Indonesia's been doing a lot of work on, and it's good to see, it's great to be involved with, is the preparedness component, getting people aware, getting people involved, having a sense of ownership that disasters is everybody's business. Working together is across agencies, across disciplines, and within defined locations. I think those are the key things that we take from any country to move from being an unsafe country to a safer country. All of those need to be considered. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think I would like to ask the second question for that. So what significant challenge have been encountered from the disaster management experience?
Well, I think, again, cooperation, coordination. I think if we look at the Center for Indonesian, National Center for Earthquake Research, there's 17 agencies are participating in the conversation. That is incredibly useful. It allows for harmonization and Indonesia to become a safer place. I think when we look at the mandate that you have as the disaster management agency, as a provincial disaster management office, the mandate to convene and coordinate is a very powerful tool. And the more that you can reach out and get the people that need to be in the room involved in the conversations, the sector, the builders, construction sector, the chambers of commerce, NGOs, everybody has a stake in getting things right and in knowing more. So I think, you know, you're doing so much good things already. It's keep on and a little bit more.
Okay.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I move to Pak Maxim. So maybe I would like to ask about how stiff-leg solution helps to build resilient walls, and why concrete and welded steel solution can.
Actually, frankly speaking, reinforced concrete or black steel or us or stiff-legs can be used to build such walls. The matter of fact is only how we want to build fast, productive, cost-effective, and to use environmentally friendly solutions at the end. It looks like you want to reach a final destination by horse or by car. So all solutions are potentially can be used, but we are offering very productive solution to save money and to build much faster.
Okay. Are you using AI in your technology?
Sorry?
Are you using artificial intelligence?
Yes, that's very trendy topic, by the way, and we are using VR. Now we have a software team who is developing solution when every builder or designer, when they are installing our solutions on the job site, they can just scan by standard smartphone, and in the smartphone, the builder or the foreman will see if it was installed properly or not. And the system allows to check it very accurately, so till a couple of millimeters, and see the structure, what was designed, and the structure, what was installed in reality. That's what we are doing right now.
Okay, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, so we have already finished with the question and answer from me to all of the presenters. So now we only have for about 10 minutes left. So I would like to give the opportunity to all of you to have a question. So if anybody would like to ask a question, so please address to whose, and please raise your hand. Ada yang mau bertanya? Nobody have a question. So is there any question from the virtual or chat rooms? No? Huh? Okay, yeah. So there are two questions from the chat room. So first is from Johannes Titiheru, Kabupaten Maluku Tengah. I need to read it first in bahasa. So apa yang menjadi fokus utama dalam paradigma pembangunan saat ini? So what is the main focus for the building paradigm for now on? So it is mostly mostly focus on the how you can build the building fast with the low cost and efficient, or another aspect. And how about the regulation standard that now we are having? It is already adequate. And so what kind of the regulation that can be used that strictly and effectively to ensure that the quality and also the safety of the building is achieved. So I think this question can be addressed to Pak Lutfi as well as from Miyamoto. So Pak Lutfi, please
It is,
answer.
can be answered in Indonesian language or English? Bahasa Inggris? Bahasa Indonesia. Okay, sorry to our Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya kenapa menanyakan karena pertanyaannya bahasa Indonesia ya. Jadi sebetulnya di dalam suatu pembangunan itu intinya adalah pertama masalah keselamatan dari segi kekuatan. Yang kedua itu kesehatan, ya. Jadi semua hal terkait keselamatan dan kesehatan ini itu tergantung pada apa yang memang membatasi, ya, terutama peraturan dulu. Nah, kalau kita bicara keselamatan, nah ini banyak kasus ya, karena tadi saya sudah sampaikan bangunan kita banyak korban manusia itu yang disalah kenapa alamnya. Manusia itu terbunuh bukan karena alam. Alam itu adalah jangan disebut fenomena. Itu alam ya begitu maunya, tapi masalahnya sekarang fenomena manusia sendiri. Ya, ini menjadi masalah, ya. Banyak korban dibunuh oleh bangunannya. Nah, ini berarti keselamatan. Nah, permasalahan lain timbul dalam melakukan suatu pembangunan itu kodenya tersedia, kebijakan pemerintah tersedia, peraturan yang ditindaklanjutin di peraturan daerah itu sudah diadopsi, ya. Jadi dalam bentuk mungkin sering mendengar IMB dan lain-lain, tapi itu masalah desain, ya. Desainnya oke, di dalam kertas gambar oke, namun di dalam pelaksanaan di lapangan susah dikontrol, ya. Nah, makanya paradigma dalam pembangunan ini kita melakukan suatu evolusi, ya, dari yang membangun tidak bagus menjadi lebih bagus. Oleh sebab itu, yang namanya karena kita memang bencana itu kan bukan hanya gempa ya, tapi juga yang lain-lain, tapi kita concern pada gempa. Makanya disebut bahwa standar-standar untuk gempa itu perlakuannya adalah wajib. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu ya tidak menggunakan standar gempa ini, ya, itu pasti akan kena sanksi, ya. Nah, ini jadi sebetulnya Pak Udre singkatnya bahwa di dalam membangun ini kita harus sebagaimana yang saya sampaikan di kesimpulan, itulah kita harus bisa membangun lebih baik. Pemerintah PUPR sudah menciptakan proses merubah IMBG menjadi SIMBG. Sistem Informasi Bangunan Manajemen Bangunan. Kita tidak usah datang mendaftar, tetapi kita langsung maksudnya mendaftar berurusan dengan mereka, kita daftar sendiri, kita menginformasikan bangunannya, baik itu bangunan baru maupun bangunan yang akan kita rehabilitasi. Ya, ini mempermudah, ya. Dan di sana nanti ada semacam penasihat ahlinya yang akan mengarahkan, ya. Bukan hanya perencanaan, tapi termasuk di dalam pelaksanaan, nanti pengawasan. Makanya ada yang namanya sertifikat layak fungsi. Setelah selesai dibangun, itu dievaluasi. Kalau oke, memenuhi syarat administrasi dan ini, kemudian juga bangunan existing. Itu pun setiap bangunan, 5 tahun bangunan gedung itu diperiksa. Ya. Kalau memang dia nggak memenuhi syarat, ya dikasih label harusnya merah, dia nggak boleh dipakai. Ya. Dan untuk bangunan rumah tinggal, 20 tahun sekali juga harus dicek. Cuman ini implementasinya masih lemah. Artinya bahwa pemerintah dan kita semua ini sedang berusaha merubah paradigma, bangun tidak seadanya, tapi harus fokus lebih baik lagi. Saya kira itu dulu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. So, please from Yamamoto.
Okay, thanks Pak Udwek. For the answer is like depends on the building type. Whether if that's a factory, of course, that building needs to be quickly built and also need to be safe. So it would be earthquake resistant or the other disaster resilience. And then if that building is infrastructure such as dam or the high-speed railway, of course, it need to be safe. Safety is the number one. A bit delay is fine, I think. And then, but the issue that we found here in the reality is like the construction gap. We have a great building code, which is always updated. But the next step, we need to emphasize and socialize of what is the update of the building code and what is the newest technology that we know from the research to engineers and working in the field, so they can build better.
Terima kasih. Jadi memang kalau kita lihat perlahan-lahan kita akan menjadi semakin bagus ya. Memang tadi sosialisasi ini mungkin menjadi PR bagaimana yang sudah kita lakukan itu bisa dipahami oleh masyarakat. Yang nomor 2 tadi belum saya ini kan ya, mungkin nomor 2. Tadi bisa kembali kan? Oke. Ini juga sepertinya sama buat ini ya Pak Lutfi. So mungkin terkait dengan regulasi standar ini mungkin untuk dinding modular itu seperti apa? Mungkin langsung bisa dijawab aja secara singkat Pak.
Iya. Langsung saja singkat ya Pak ya. Jadi karena pertanyaannya apakah ada regulasi, saya kira kita sudah punya regulasi yang mengatur sistem bangunan-bangunan yang sifatnya modular dan ini memang menjadi suatu evolusi kita untuk menghemat mengefisiensikan penggunaan budgeting ya daripada pembangunan. Jadi memang diusahakan modular dan ini standarnya banyak sebetulnya, baik itu untuk bangunan-bangunan yang sekarang banyak dibangun sistem bangunan pracetak ya, baik itu bangunan rumah tinggal biasa maupun bangunan bertingkat. Kemudian juga persyaratan daripada kekuatan bangunan saya kira jelas ya banyak di sana, baik itu untuk desain atau perencanaan bangunan beton ataupun bangunan kayu tadi juga ada disinggung ya. Kemudian juga bangunan-bangunan seperti baja dan lain-lain. Saya kira kode ini. Kemudian untuk yang modular ini pracetak kita juga tahun lalu menghasilkan 4 bangunan pracetak. Termasuk juga sistem tahan api dan isolasi ya. Jadi saya kira penggunaan peraturan ini sudah ada semua ya. Bahkan sebagian itu sudah direvisi, dimutakhirkan ya. Jadi karena setiap 5 tahun kami selalu punya rencana harus selalu diupdate. Itu aja Pak, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much Pak Lufi. I'm sorry because we have already out of time. So we close the third session. So now we move to, please for all of the presenter, I would like to give an opportunity to you to make a very short closing remark. So maybe starting from Pak Maxim. Closing remark.
Okay. It was really important to talk today about the resilience of the building. So, and I hope I managed to show you how the small part of the building, just walls, can be stronger and keep their functionality during the seismic event. So, thank you very much for your attention, and it was nice to talk with you about that today.
Thank you. So next to Miyamoto.
Thanks Pak Udwek. And my closing remarks is disaster happened because we are not prepared enough. For example, earthquake, it's not the earthquake that kills people, but the poorly constructed buildings. If the buildings constructed well, it's going to be another only shake. But so what we only can do is prepare. And it's better to use the effort to reduce the risk rather than we cleaning the mess after the disaster. So let's make a world a better and safer place together.
Thank you very much. So please, Pak Yamamoto.
Yeah, thank you for attending this session. So, Udrek already mentioned Japan has a long history of cooperation in Indonesia and many experience. So that's why Japan can contribute the building resilience infrastructure in Indonesia by supporting to construct sabo dam, river improvement, dams, construction dam, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, last but not least, Pak Lutfi, please.
Thank you. So, because the topic is about the building infrastructures, yeah, related with the any kind of the disasters. So we must, we will have living harmonization with the disasters. Don't be afraid. For that, please build the building with better and safer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So please give a big applause for all of the presenters. Okay, everyone. So it is the end of our session for session 5. So I would like to give to the MC. So please, MC.
Thank you very much for the moderator and speaker. Let's give another round of applause for this session. And we're going to present the token of appreciation. So please rise and come to the front of the table to all the speaker and moderator. And I would like to invite Dr. Raditya Jati, Deputy Minister for System and Strategy, Indonesian National Disaster Management Authority, to present the certificate to the moderator and the speaker. The first certificate will be presented to the moderator, Dr. Utrecht. Please come forward. Oh, the first one is for Mr. Maxim Pashkov. Please come forward. Let's take a photo in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. And the second one is for the moderator, Dr. Udrek. And the third certificate for Mr. Bill Marsden. Thank you very much, sir. The next one is for Mr. Julian Teja. The next one is for Mr. Hiroyuki Yamamoto. And the last one for Mr. Lutfi, representing Insinyur Diana Kusumastuti, MT. Thank you very much. Let's take a photo together. All the speaker, moderator, and also Dr. Jati. I will count in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much to the moderator and all the speaker for the remarkable session. You may now return back to your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Jati, also. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the second Global Forum Sustainable Resilience will be ended soon. But before we end the forum, We will hear key takeaways and action points that will be delivered by Mr. Said Faisal, Senior Advisor of Siap Siaga Project. So I would like to invite Mr. Said Faisal to join me on stage. Let's give round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good to be back on stage. So this is not a easy job because we had 2 days of event, great speakers, great talking points. But I'll try to pick key highlight and possible action points. And of course, at the end of the conference, we'll have outcome document that will be shared. We get more detail, more insight about what happened after these 2 days of conference, what the learning point, and so on. I think we start from day one, from remark from the head of National Disaster Management Agency. It's very interesting that there's two sides of coin for Indonesia, very rich in natural resources, but at the same time very prone to disaster. So somehow it's like you buy one, you get one free. You got the rich natural resource, but that inside that package is also prone for disaster. So, and the climate change being mentioned is another driven factors now that increase the intensity of disaster as well as the severity. Then we learn from Eric Yap, SCDF. I think what is interesting here, sharing a concept about resilience, and that resilience concept, Singapore experience, it comes into two things, people and system. So we cannot just have people without a good system or very good system without people getting involved. So this is very interesting points as well. And from Minister of Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Retno Marsudi, one of the interesting points that mentioned is about strengthening our approach by targeting multiple sectors. I think this is again and again the shift from just working with our own sectors has become absolute. I mean, like maybe not a good way of moving forward because we understand the complexity of disaster, and one of the way in solving that is working with multi-sectors. So in addition to that, there's importance of having a preventive measure. She also mentioned about ASEAN leadership role plays a vital role in promoting sustainable resilience in 2023, and resilience itself should encompass all aspects of life. We have also remarked from Kamal Kishore, UNDRR. What is interesting that being mentioned is reducing disaster risk can be done through practical approaches. I think this is what being missing. Practical approach, meaning that approach that works. So that is something that being mentioned. We have also a remark from His Excellency Ekapap Pantavong from ASEAN Secretariat, Deputy. Mentioning about the theme of our conference or forum. He's saying that the navigating uncertainty aim to address complexity that we have already experienced. So complexity is no longer a future tense. It's about something that we are experiencing today already. And of course, a reminder to take a proactive approach to disaster response, learning from tsunami about 20 years ago. We also listen from Honorable Sakyasi Dikota that in low-income countries, a significant number of individuals reside in rural areas that are prone to disaster and vulnerable to the impact of climate change. So there's a strong correlation between poverty and possible impact of climate change that they will face. And from Pak Andi Rizaldi, coming from Ministry of Economy, basically one key learning is about resilience is also about strengthening local economies. So as a nation, that is something that we need to also focusing. I think what we have today, having all this exhibition, is one of an approach of strengthening the resilience by having private sectors to get involved, because at the end it is private sectors that drive the economy. And also from Ms. Nelly Florida, there is a difference between technological innovations and the capacity of users to utilize them effectively. So we can have a very good technology, but that technology will not be at the maximum benefit for the people if the people doesn't know how to use it or don't know how to utilize it. So that's a very good point. So she mentioned as well, on the bright side, warning technology are becoming more reliable and accurate. So, of course, the technology, of course, always moving forward, getting better, getting cheaper. Now we get a first session of Global Forum of Sustainable Resilience, lesson learned from the Indian Ocean tsunami, reflection and achievement. We have many speakers, and then as a combination I will pick each of a key interesting point that in the future Indonesia needs to be climate resilient, digitally enabled, socially equitable. These are the future that we want for Indonesia. And also something that we have from Professor Emil Salim, presented to a need for collaborative effort in addressing climate change in countries with similar characteristics, specifically island nations. So basically saying there might be a need for island nations to work together with other island nations to share experience and learn from each other because they have a similar characteristic. Then we go for session 1. Dr. Raditya Jati was the moderator at that time. From this session, there are some key points that we can learn. Social and economic factors demonstrate the resilience of a country quality. This is a dynamic concept, not a static one. So resilience closely linked with economy. And also from that session, building a strong narrative of return on investment to encourage the private sector to invest in this resilient infrastructure. In addition, there is also need to mobilize from philanthropy. At the end, when we talk about getting a private sector involved, there is always something called return on investment. So this is something need a new narrative perhaps to attract more private sector getting involved in building resilience. At that session, we also note that the key message is that the most important thing of all is people, which is the basis of the framework. So making people at the center, as mentioned by Pak Deputy Dr. Raditya Jati. Resilient system must be friendly to all humanity. I think we can have a very sophisticated resilient system, but if no one understands it, that's very difficult to implement. Also from that session, we also learned the need to strengthen the civilian coordination and military assistance in a time of disaster. And also, that session also talked about the need for an organization with enough authority when managing big disasters such as Aceh tsunami. Now let me move to the next session. We are moving to the second session, which is integrating system risk to planning, policy, and global diplomacy. We learned that there are three key aspects that must be in place to declare that we are prepared for disaster: preparedness, response, and recovery. And again, within all that three, make sure the community is at the center. We also learned that Indonesia is having a leadership role in global disaster risk reduction advocacy, demonstrated by its role as co-chair of UNDRR, and also the need to involve all levels of society to build resilient global community and shift the paradigm. This is very interesting being mentioned, that I think is again and again shifting to making preparedness as a priority in disaster risk reduction. Response is important, but preparedness is equally important. That session also discussed about sustainable resilience will only be achieved when all levels of society can collaborate and synergize to prevent disaster risks. Now, allow me to move to session 3. Highlight from session 3: collaboration, partnership, and coordination to ensure synergies between global and local in anticipation of post-2030 agenda. We're not short of policies and strategies at all levels, but how much we are driven at local level that will determine acceleration. Then financing remains a challenge, but we need to continue advocacies to open access for local community so no one is left behind. A lot of financial assistance have been pledged, so it is a matter of connecting. Gotong royong, or Indonesia working together, is local wisdom, which is really what disaster management is all about. And finally, very important one as well, local players should be innovative in adjusting guidelines and imperative to local context, because resilience is local. Now let me move to the session 4. Session 4 is about science, technology, and innovation. I think one of the key highlights is about, this is talking more about public health, which is getting artificial intelligence involved, that public can access, and having the inclusivity as the foundation of the system. And also about the importance of being adaptive in disaster preparedness and building sustainable resilience to improve early warning response through an inclusive approach. Most of the comments here is about, yes, we have a technology, but we'll need to make sure it's open for all, people can access it and people can use it. So having inclusivity seemed to be one of the key themes for that particular session. Now the last session, still fresh, few key points. Many buildings are tectonic plates. This is we just finished. So one of the key points that we captured, many buildings are on tectonic plates requiring prioritization for disaster preparedness. A specialized map help manage this risk, supported by international collaboration. There also discussion but shift to improving construction practices with both government and community involvement, emphasizing education and awareness for earthquake-resistant infrastructure. We learn as well from the session about the earthquake are difficult to predict, but it is always an investment to make sure we have a safe building that can adapt to the earthquake or strong enough in resisting the earthquake. So we learn, for example, is about the importance of disaster safe education, which is an important component for school be prepared for disaster to occur. There's a need to increase dialogue with Indonesian communities, with families living in vulnerable areas, is one of the approach to important infrastructure resilience. Now, we also show a demonstration during the session about the importance of having a quality of material for the earthquake-resistant building, and then also the experience in Merapi related to the infrastructure. Those are some of the things that we can highlight. Now, in more detail, of course, there will be a team that will be assigned to develop a document that you can read through and learn and share with others. What are the action points? At this initial stage, there are a few action points that we think as a start. One is about to further strengthen the linkage and the alignment of climate change, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable development goal. That's what the essence of sustainable resilience is all about. To address fundamental challenge faced by climate change, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable development goal, to see the connection of the challenge. Maybe there is a common solution for that. Number three, identify more case studies. I think this is something that we observe as well, that can be the example of the integration of climate change, disaster risk resilience, and sustainable development. How do we blend these three in a case-by-case example that we can find in village or any other area? Because if we want to have the alignment of these three, which is the essence of sustainable resilience, more case studies will need to be showed. 4, develop enabling framework for sustainable resilience. Moving forward, I think that's something that we need to focus on. And finally, the final action point as a start, maybe we get more in the report, to conduct more events representing 3 major stakeholders. Stakeholders from climate change, stakeholders from disaster risk reduction, and stakeholders from sustainable development goal. So we want to have more forum, small, medium, large, where these 3 stakeholders are together in that particular forum and exchange experience, problem, and solution. The more we have this, the closer we are to the road of sustainable resilience. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Said Faisal, for the key takeaways and also presentation about action points that we have concluded for the 2 days event. And ladies and gentlemen, to commence our closing ceremony, we will present a short video commemorating the 20th anniversary of the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. The visual tribute will serve as a reminder of the catastrophic event that occurred on December 26, 2004, and had a profound impact on numerous regions. Let's take a look.
Saya tengok tu orang udah panik semua. Udah menjerit-jerit air belakang itu.
Seperti mau kiamat gitu. Udah lama saya memang nggak cerita ini lagi Pak, tapi harus saya ceritakan. Tapi ini yang saya alami.
Di tengah perjalanan, bumi bergoyang ke kiri ke kanan itu. Kami berhenti, gempa nih. Nah, saya sempat tengok ke belakang. Itu air jalan kayak ular sendok. Nah, saya berlihat ke kiri itu di tengah sawah ada satu rumah yang terapung, rumah kayu.
Kami disapu sama air laut sampai terangkat ke hubungan rumah orang, terjepit dengan mobil truk. Kondisi suami waktu itu setelah berapa saat di bawah mobil truk, di situ beliau meninggal, anak juga, orang tua juga. Yang bertahan masih saya sama anak laki-laki.
Pasca Badan Rehabilitasi dan Rekonstruksi itu, ya semua warga masyarakat sudah kembali pulih, sudah punya rumah, kemudian pekerjaan sudah kembali normal, hingga saat ini semua kita sudah bangkit kembali.
Meskipun saat penanganan sudah dilaksanakan dengan baik, terpadu, nasional, regional, internasional turun semua, tapi ternyata Indonesia saat itu belum mempunyai badan yang khusus menangani bencana. Muncullah Undang-Undang Nomor 24 Tahun 2007 terkait dengan penanggulangan bencana. Terbentuklah Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana. Itu embrio-embrionya itu.
Kami juga dapat belajar dari pengalaman negara lain dalam menghadapi bencana, sehingga bisa mengadopsi praktik terbaik yang sudah terbukti efektif.
Nah, karena hari ini kita pernah mengalami masa di mana pernah terpuruk pendidikan karena faktor alam, bencana. Karena bencana itu tidak ada orang mau bencana, Pak. Tapi dengan kondisi alam yang berfluktuasi, otomatis kita harus ada sadar bahwa bencana itu ada di sekitar kita.
Ini ASEAN ini prioritas pertama. Bahwa ASEAN ketika salah satu negaranya terkena bencana, itu menjadi prioritas bagi Indonesia untuk membantu. Waktu saya sempat mengalami saat Myanmar itu terkena siklon, ya, kita bantu. Kemudian Filipina juga. Jadi memang Indonesia sangat menyadari lah bahwa ketika menjadi penerima saat terjadi bencana Aceh, ya, tsunami, itu yang sangat mendasar, kita juga menerima bantuan dari negara-negara lain.
Kerjasama dengan organisasi internasional seperti AHA Center memungkinkan kami untuk berbagi pengetahuan, sumber daya, dan teknologi yang mungkin belum pernah kami miliki.
Setiap bencana yang menimpa ini, di kemudahan ini pasti ada kemudahannya.
Kami mengharapkan ada budaya sadar bencana, budaya aman, dan budaya pencegahan risiko. Itu yang perlu kita tanamkan.
ADEMCO has facilitated exchange or enhanced collaboration amongst the member states in response to devastating disasters. Through collaboration, and ADEMCO as in member states will also encourage to develop early warning system for disasters, including tsunamis.
punya program Desa Tangguh Bencana. Di semua provinsi yang disinyalir di situ dalam sejarahnya bisa terjadi gempa bumi tsunami. Sementara yang sudah jadi ada 182 desa. Dengan kolaborasi, dengan kerjasama yang erat, kita yakin bahwa walaupun kita diancam dengan bencana yang bisa terjadi setiap saat, tapi dengan kesiapan dan kesiapsiagaan kita, pasti itu kita bisa lalui dengan baik dan dengan selamat.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the tribute video to commemorate the 20th anniversary of 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. A tsunami that opens the eyes of the world and leads into collaboration between countries, especially ASEAN countries. And ladies and gentlemen, next one I am honored to present a video from Dr. Safrizal ZAMSI, the esteemed acting governor of Aceh. Dr. Safrizal will deliver commemorative remarks in honor of the 20th anniversary of the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. Let's take a look.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Yang terhormat Kepala Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana, Presiden World Bank Group, Sekjen ASEAN, para menteri serta perwakilan dari kementerian lembaga, Special Representative United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, segenap perwakilan pemerintah daerah, excellencies, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, hadirin dan para tamu undangan yang berbahagia, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon of you all. Ketika kita melihat ke belakang di hari Minggu, tanggal 26 Desember tahun 2004, sekitar 20 tahun yang lalu, dunia dikejutkan oleh bencana yang begitu besar, gempa bumi yang berkekuatan 9,1 skala Richter mengguncang Samudra Hindia yang kemudian disusul oleh gelombang tsunami yang maha dahsyat. Hanya dalam hitungan menit, lebih dari 167.000 rakyat Aceh meninggal hilang. Memori kolektif dunia akan selalu mengingat ini. All the world together. Dunia kemudian bersatu. Seluruh elemen waktu itu bahu-membahu membantu meringankan beban masyarakat yang terkena dampak tsunami, di mana ratusan organisasi dengan ribuan personel mancanegara dari berbagai jenis badan PBB, Palang Merah, NGO, lembaga-lembaga internasional lainnya, juga termasuk berbagai organisasi dan relawan dari Indonesia yang ada di Aceh. 20 tahun pasca bencana tersebut, kita melihat hasil dari kesuksesan membangun kembali ratusan ribu rumah, ribuan kilometer jalan, ribuan fasilitas pendidikan, kesehatan, perkantoran, serta rumah ibadah, serta pembangunan dalam bidang ekonomi, sosial, dan budaya, serta fasilitas publik lainnya. Aceh pun menjadi laboratorium dan tempat pembelajaran dunia untuk penanggulangan bencana alam dengan skala besar, dan menjadi role model dari Build Back Better. Kedepan tentu kita mengharapkan Aceh terus memainkan peran untuk menjadi pusat pembelajaran penanggulangan bencana kelas dunia yang turut berperan dalam membangun ketangguhan bangsa untuk menghadapi bencana. The big question, apa yang menjadi kunci sukses? Kolaborasi dan kerjasama global memegang peranan kunci dalam kesuksesan rehabilitasi dan rekonstruksi. Tantangan yang luar biasa tentu tidak bisa diselesaikan dengan cara-cara yang biasa. Hanya satu aksi gotong royong kolosal yang kuat, yang secara institusional memiliki kemampuan serta tanggung jawab dalam memimpin, mengkoordinasikan, mengeksekusi akan mampu menjawab tantangan potensi di masa depan. Dalam beberapa hari terakhir, BMKG telah menyampaikan informasi adanya potensi gempa bumi megatrust. Seperti yang kita ketahui bahwa gempa bumi megatrust dapat mengakibatkan tsunami yang lebih dahsyat. kita perlu terus meningkatkan ketangguhan pemerintah daerah, serta seluruh masyarakat dalam menghadapi potensi bencana, serta memitigasi dan mengurangi resikonya. Hal ini tidak hanya mengantisipasi potensi bencana yang akan datang, tapi juga pengurangan resiko bencana dalam jangka panjang. In this occasion, we also need to think how to use technology advantage as a way forward in the framework to enhance resilience and preparedness within all digital instrumentation. Let me ask to everyone, who doesn't have a cell phone? I think everyone of us at least have one. In advance, they use a call emergency broadcast system to deliver important emergency information to the public using their cell phone. The system needs to be built with the concept of public-private partnership. We can imagine with the large number of our population, without technology, it must be very difficult to disseminate emergency information in the timely manner as soon as possible. Hadirin yang terhormat, ladies and gentlemen, pada akhirnya saya mengapresiasi, I'm highly appreciate atas terlaksananya forum global untuk ketahanan berkelanjutan tahun 2024 yang kedua, sebagai platform yang mendorong kolaborasi berbagai pemangku kepentingan dalam mendorong konvergensi dan keselarasan terkait Perjanjian Paris, kerangka kerja Sendai untuk pengurangan risiko bencana, serta tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Saya betul-betul menyesal tidak dapat hadir secara langsung pada acara hari ini karena sedang mengawal pelaksanaan Pekan Olahraga Nasional ke-21 yang mengambil tempat di Aceh. Finally, for all that reason, invite all parties, United Nations, International Red Cross and Red Crescent Federation, national and international NGO, and all the government in the world to collaborate and tighten the commitment to contribute in disaster mitigation and to build sustainability for public resilience. Thank you for your kind attention. Sekian dan terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And that was the video from the acting governor of Aceh. We all wish success for the pon that is happening in Aceh. So ladies and gentlemen, before we close and hear the closing remarks of the forum, I invite you to watch a promotional video highlighting the upcoming Disaster Risk Reduction Month, or we call it Bulan PRB. The event will be held by BNPB with the Aceh government, and will be holding this event in Aceh from 8 to 10th October 2024. This commemorative event seeks to enhance public awareness of disaster preparedness and foster a deeper understanding of disaster risk reduction initiatives among government agencies, businesses, and also communities. So ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Bulan PRB.
Penyerahan Pataka kepada pemerintah dari Gubernur Provinsi Aceh. Di Aceh na alam pedang cap si kurang lam jaro raja hon di Aceh roh
Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan? Let's give round of applause for Bulan PRB, that this year's Bulan PRB will be held in Aceh. So ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the second Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024. And to formally conclude this momentous occasion, I would like to invite once again, Dr. Raditya Jati, Deputy Minister for System and Strategy of BNPB, to deliver the closing remarks and officially close the second Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024. The stage is yours.
Thank you once again taking the floor and the stage. Good afternoon, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Budaya, Salam Kebajikan. First of all, I would like to extend our deepest sympathy to all of the suffering of the Typhoon Yagi that have been happening. My thought and prayers are with the victims and the family, to the Philippines, Laos, Thailand, Vietnam, and Myanmar. Bapak Ibu, setelah 2 hari ini kita telah mengikuti Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience. Kita tahu bahwa kegiatan ini adalah kegiatan yang menindaklanjuti acara atau semangat untuk Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction. So this is the second Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience. It's a collaborative platform which is also aims to strengthen sustainable resilience in the effort of overcoming climate change, reduce disaster risk reduction, sustainable development as a unified whole. The theme of the forum is navigating uncertainty, advancing sustainable resilience in a changing world. This theme reflects the dynamic of the interconnected nature and contemporary challenge, emphasizing the need for proactive and transformative response to mitigate risk and build resilience. The Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2024 is a part of ASEAN Disaster Management and Civil Protection Expo Conference, what we call now ADEXCO 2024, which is consist of the ASEAN High-Level Dialogue on the 20th of commemoration of the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, a workshop on diversifying of the greening and humanitarian supply chain workshop, USAID, they will be held tomorrow. And the workshop of building inclusive of climate resilience at the city and the regency level by ICLE will be held in the 14th of September. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the second GFSR is also completed for these 2 days, 11 until the 12th, with about 300 participants offline and also 400 online participants, and as well as speakers from government level, UN agencies, academician, practitioner, DRR forum, from Indonesia, Asia Pacific, and also global. In these 2 days, we have gained insight into how the concept of sustainable resilience can be translated into the concrete action, facing various of challenges from various dimensions in reducing the impact of future disaster. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the second GFSR convenes against the backdrop of the significant milestones and the sobering reflection, notably the marking 20th anniversary of the Indian Ocean tsunami. This commemoration serves as a poignant reminder of the devastating impact of disaster. It underscores the imperative of proactive measures to mitigate risk, strengthening prevention efforts and enhancing resilience. Commemorating the reflection of tragic event of the 26th December 2004 as a subsequent disaster should prompt a critical examination of lessons learned and achievement made over the past 2 decades. Importantly, it provides an opportunity to assess the evolution of the national and regional approaches to disaster risk management. With growing recognition of the need of incorporated systemic risk consideration into forward planning and thinking. As a global community grasps the increasing complex and interconnected challenges, the emerging emphasis of the sustainable resilience offers a promising framework for shaping futures and foresight in disaster management and planning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the second of GFSR began with 4 series of monthly meeting seminars by raising discussion topic related to the 4 concepts of sustainable resilience, which mentioned by culture and institution, science, technology, investment, access to funding and technology transfer, disaster resistant infrastructure and climate change, and commitment to implementing the global agreement related to disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and SDGs. The result of the GFSR seminar conference series will produce a sustainable resilience framework. Lastly, I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude, first of all, to the Australian government, to the program of Siap Siaga, ASEAN Secretariat, Center, European Union, for the high-level dialogue that have been from yesterday until today. Of course, Pamerindo and Ekayana Mandiri for the exhibition that you have seen for today, from yesterday until today, until the 14th. I think this is the biggest exhibition that we have on disaster management until now. And also, all the parties supporting organization that organized the second Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience, and also colleagues, friends from BNPB. I would like to have them to be raised because they're the one who's making this success. Please raise. Friends from BNPB, please round of applause for them. Silakan berdiri teman-teman. Ayo berdiri teman-teman. They're the one who's behind all of these activities. So, of course, behind. Thank you. Mas Andrian and friends also from Pamerindo, please. From the ADEXCO, thank you also. ASEAN Secretariat, Center, also thank you. European Union ada? Nggak ada. So after of these 2 days, don't go away because we still have Expo until 14. There will be also workshop for tomorrow and also until Saturday. And lastly, for those of you who will be returning back to your country, have a safe trip back to your home. And also, before that, please enjoy Jakarta also. And hopefully, we will see again in the next Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience in the future. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, 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 Om Namo Budaya. Dengan ini kami nyatakan ditutup acara GFSR hari ini. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Dr. Raditya Jati, for the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have successfully concluded the second GSFR. Let's give a round of applause for everyone that have supporting and also participating in this forum. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants for their valuable contributions to the forum. And additionally, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to esteemed collaborators and generous sponsors for their unwavering support in making this event a success. So I am Gisela Tessa signing off, and see you on the next Global Forum for Sustainable Resilience 2025.